Good morning. A little trouble there getting the right link going. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Monday morning on the East Coast. Despite the turmoil in Israel, markets are relatively calm after a big move on Friday. Most of that move was caused by short covering or monetization of puts, of course. In the money puts, monetizing, dealers, short gamma, were able to close positions and re-hedge. Right now, futures are rising a bit. Just looking at overhead liquidity on Bookmap, around 43.30. 43.24 and 43.30 at the moment. Okay. So let me get the watch list squared away here. Give me 1 second. All right, lots going on. Geopolitical headline news. Markets have been shrugging off all sorts of news and issues. The yields are I think the yields are most important. They're above 5%, the 10-year. All right, the S&P is starting to climb pretty quick now. All right, got 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything anyway, except waiting for the markets to settle down. Algo's taking care of imbalances. First 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm taking profits into that strength a lot of times, if there is any, or weakness. If I have puts, I don't have any puts this morning. All right, let's see what crude oil looks like. It looks like the economy is kind of where it was 90 days ago. It's humming along. Futures moving above the 105, continue to cruise higher now. Okay, on Friday we had tick cumulative crossing. The importance of tick cumulative can't be underestimated. That shows that institutions were buying net more than they were selling. I usually look at the hourly and the 4-hour for longer trends over days, 5-minute, 15-minute for short-term signals, and then look at money flow elsewhere, coordinate everything. So it'd be nice to see more stocks moving above their 50 and 200 day. That's something we'll be watching. In addition to yields this morning, got 5 minutes to go. Let me just finish this up here.
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, all things being equal, it looks like that number's had its.
Oh boy.
Back higher. It's pretty unusual for it to be as low as it's been over the last few months outside of the recession. We're clearly outside of the recession. And as I say, I don't think, as I say, you're not going back to that sort of crazy demand story that we had during COVID. But I think you've had a lot of destocking over the last 6 to 12 months in the manufacturing area, and you'll get back to sort of normal levels of inventory and normal levels of production, which will be a sort of low 50s ISM reading.
We're looking at some of the labels you've put on here for various ups and downs. The de-stocking, that's what we are calling this kind of latest floor emerging.
Yes, if we're correct, and it's not the beginning of a recession, as I say, that is our call.
Okay, we had all sectors oversold over the last couple of weeks. We're looking for sectors stochastic to turn higher along with MACD. Many stocks are showing MACD crosses with stochastics rising. We have banks reporting on Friday. I heard it put pretty well. Forget exactly the way it was put, but basically, we're not looking for earnings to be a big move, be very strong. We're looking for supportive earnings. Companies are hiring. Worker retention and new workers, looking for companies to be making money if they're hiring. Economy's doing okay.
Sector hiring and within the private sector in education, health, and leisure. And the sort of more cyclical portions of the private.
Some of the same names from last week's watch list carrying over. Also keeping an eye on stocks that did very well last week in the big tech like Meta and Nvidia. Where is Nvidia? Nvidia is down pre-market. All right. After a really nice move, giving back about half of Friday's move.
Back to the comments about long-term interest rates, I think in the next couple of years, you are heading for a municipal financing crisis. So that's the portion of the public sector which is going to be very interest rate dependent, where local authority budgets simply will not have imagined refinancing in the fives rather than.
The hell is this guy talking about?
The amount of hiring going on in local governments, something is going to have to give fairly violently in local government finance over the next couple of years.
Fascinating. Mike, thanks for the convo. Great stuff. Excellent way to start our week as always.
Great. Bye.
Much appreciated. Michael Shallow, Chairman, CEO, and Portfolio Manager.
Okay, less than a minute to go. You're a little delayed there, buddy. Okay, watch list.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
We're about to open.
Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Swap Network. Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go.
I'm really interested in Lilly
on the Swap Network.
and Novo Nordisk. Let's see if they follow through today. Pinduoduo did very well. All right, rig on the move. SPY. VIX is still at the highs. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Make sure everything's cool. Let me get Rick squared away here.
No place better than the Schwab Network.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
All right, give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. Just like Friday, in a different fashion, we'll see how the markets react rather than react emotionally. As terrible as things are in the world, we've seen it too. Markets recover. I hate to sound uncaring or unfeeling, but we are here to make money in the markets.
War raging between Israel and Palestine and the Gaza Strip. Crude oil prices up about $3. The dollar is bid alongside bonds.
People do terrible things.
A very clear risk-off tone.
Yes, they do. All right, Rick, there you go.
And big tech lower, but some more than others.
All right, S&P, little gap down. Major resistance, 4,300. We're in a negative gamma situation. Okay, in negative gamma, we're looking for these rallies to get back above 4,300 where it was Friday. If that's the case, then we'll be looking at people who are investors and traders and portfolio managers as looking at this as an opportunity. Friday was an opportunity that many missed. Markets tore up the higher levels. All right, Tesla chopping around. All right, so just sitting here watching the market, see who does what. Let's go look at the FANG stocks. All right, Meta, gap down. What I'd like to see is multiple names in the big tech rallying. We talked about that over the weekend. New York FANG index. Let's go take a look at that real quick. All right, managed to come off the lows pretty quick. See if they sell into strength. Okay, we're still trading around 427.50. Okay, stochastic still rising. MACD, the momentum is bullish. It is the seasonally stronger months of the year, October, November, December. Yes, we've had some turmoil in the month of October in the past. So we're looking for price action to dictate what we do at this point. Presently telling me to just chill, watch the price action, see if buyers show up. Then we can start picking up some quick trades maybe. SMCI on the watch list, that pulled back a little bit. AMD. Buyers on AMD. Not on a buy signal. Microsoft hanging in there. Intel. I'd like to see that back near 40. Intel. Northrop Grumman. Oh, make sure you check aerospace and defense. NOC, LMT, RTX, General Dynamics, etc. Watch aerospace and defense.
couple of weeks being an example. Right now, though, having a little bit of trouble catching a bid, $6.15 now. So we've got a little bit more selling since our discussions began.
All right, let's take a look at some of those aerospace and defense names. The New York FANG looks okay for now. Watching a lot of stocks seeing short covering, as you would expect. Then reassess the markets. Even shorts do it. On the downside, we're seeing bounces. Some of the industrials are bouncing. Caterpillar is on a bounce. Okay, aerospace and defense. Okay, Aero Environment. Let's look at LHX. L3 Harris. Okay, these are being bought up. LMT. Lockheed Martin. Okay, tough to trade it right here, but watching it.
Got some big tech notes out. What's the big highlight this morning with the Monday morning sell side commentary, Kevin?
Yeah, kind of mixed here when you're looking at the commentary, especially when you're talking about Oracle. I mean, when we talk about mix, it's looking at price action. Oracle did see a little bit of a pullback, and it's actually had a decent run at the early part of this year here, but we are actually seeing Evercore ISI increasing their rating to outperform from in line with a new price target of $135 and up from $131. We do believe that the company itself, when it comes to its cloud products, are going to continue to drive
LMT.
line here at high single digits.
All right, that's okay.
And they also see potential
Northrop Grumman.
becoming a little bit better or
Where'd you go?
looking a little bit better.
What's Boeing doing? Boeing. All right, day 2 on Boeing reversal. Raytheon.
We also saw another one from Zscaler, where Barclays is actually upgrading Zscaler to overweight from equal weight with a price target of $190, and that's up from $176. And they say that the upgrade is a positioning call.
Or you can just trade some of these ETFs like defense, DFEN.
Another interesting note by far. We also had one from ARM, where we're seeing Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wolfe Research, and Bank of America initiating some coverage there with some price targets.
Here's Northrop. Okay, Northrop Grumman. Big move on Northrop. All right, SPY's continuing higher. So it looks like opportunistic traders are buying the dip.
Let's maybe go backwards the way we just came here and start with ARM, because we haven't really talked about the stock a ton.
All right, dip buyers finally showing up. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. I'd love to buy some SPY calls here or S&P, but I'm going to wait a few minutes and see how this fleshes out. Look, we've been through so many things in the past, so many bad things. Markets always tend to bounce at some point. Will they bounce today? I have no idea. If we see it, we'll let you know. Right now, we're starting to see, I think, mostly shorts covering. We're obviously off the lows of the morning. So there's opportunity. And most of the sectors look pretty strong last week to close. Okay, inside day, biotechs. We want to see biotechs doing well. Real estate. Real estate looks pretty good. Let's look at the weekly on real estate. Okay, this is a double bottom. Real estate, double bottom.
Growth to be around 16%. So that's kind of a bullish note. Definitely, JP Morgan kind of recognizing the same type of situation when it comes to the semiconductor space and compute architecture. And so kind of leaning on this data center side, leaning on the AI side as an expansion area for the
Okay, check out real estate. We got a double bottom on real estate. Potential for a 3-month move, swing. Palantir is looking good. Let's take a look at Palantir, being mentioned by Easy. Yeah, that looks really good. Palantir, like it.
still around 450-ish. Let's talk the positive note out on Oracle, which really has been an incredible winner for the last year.
Okay, Palantir looks good. Look at the weekly. Daily looks good. Palantir, PLTR.
But it's held. So how do we read this right now? I mean, I guess technically it still is in this uptrend, but boy, it got kind of weird the last 4 months for this stock. What do we look for? Just earnings basically to drive this thing next?
Yeah, definitely. I think right now, if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint, we kind of have a double top pattern that did form. You're seeing a little bit of a pullback to the downside here, but that's not uncommon when you see these decent bull runs. And we're talking about Oracle. That run that we've seen in Oracle compared to what we traditionally see for the company is remarkable, to say the least. So seeing a pullback is not out of the ordinary here.
Cleveland Cliffs pushing higher. A little bounce.
Analysts that are out there, they're really focusing on the margin expansion that we've seen over the last couple of quarters for Oracle, as well as
Intel finding a bid. Shorts covering. Intel. NVIDIA pushing back. That should be an opportunity at some point. Right now, it's just people selling.
as well as having margin expansion has been an area of the market that a lot of investors have been really trying to focus on. We kind of see the same type of reaction or same type of money flow going into Intel for the same reasons, right? It's not the most sexiest name that is out there, but it does have the ability to have a diversified business, and they have been very disciplined over the last year, 2 years when it comes to trying to manage their expenses. And I think the market
Yeah, it's been an incredible move, big stalwart that has done exactly the job.
Okay, so we were talking about Novo Nordisk and Lilly, also looking very good last week. Lilly looking really good. Lilly with a really nice follow through day. Yeah, there's room. NVIDIA. Yeah, there's room for multiple chip makers to do something in AI. It's not going to be just one company. NVIDIA definitely has a lead. Okay, nice move here on SPY. AMD, very strong. AMD. Well, let's take a look at AMD. Okay, gap down, but it is starting to move. Amazon, Intel, CLAC, KLAC. Okay. Shopify. Carvana moving up. Carvana looking good. Apple with a gap down. Starting to move.
that's kind of a normal thing. You see the way investors are buying bonds for safety alongside the dollar, and they kept this thing back this morning. Certainly could be a positive sign that markets are functioning as they're supposed to. Last year, we didn't get bonds as a safety hedge. And this morning, investors ran to themselves. There's some silver lining in what's happening here at the markets. When we come back and talk some stock picks, stick around.
All right, Google stocks catching a bid. Shorts covering initially, looking for a follow through. Netflix, nice. Meta with a bid on a buy signal. Meta had a very strong day Friday. Okay, volume coming in. Meta. Okay, it's 9:46 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We have geopolitical news chopping the market's legs off briefly. We are recovering. That's going to tell us whether or not participants think this is an opportunity or a reason to take profits off or to de-risk. Still very early. 17 minutes into the trading day. Okay, FANG stocks recovering a bit.
This stream is sponsored by Volatility. Get free daily proof points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
All right, Groupon, haven't looked at that in a while. Groupon. Consolidation looks like it wants to continue. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's down. Okay, still hanging out in 27,000 zone. Bitcoin. Novo Nordisk, looking for a follow through. Okay. Okay, Meta continuation. Meta. Been on a buy signal since 9:25. Meta. Nice relative volume. 1.24. Like to see 2 times. Meta's still going. Nice rally so far. Shorts covering. Opportunity knocking once. And a lot of people buying the dip after the shorts cover. Showing support for now.
Then it's going to come down to who's the swing producer. And it's not us. It's Saudi Arabia. If the conflict keeps on going, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Saudi Arabia or maybe some of the other
LPG on the move. Halliburton. All right, let's check out the sectors. 20 minutes into the trading day. Sectors are 75% red, 25% green. We're being led by small cap energy, large cap energy, crude oil. We have a second yellow bar on NYMO, TTM, SPY. NYMO climbing from the lows of last week, following through, kind of flat at the moment. Meta still pushing higher, Meta. All right, so crude oil, large cap, small cap energy, pharmaceuticals. All right, so pharmaceuticals looking good. Lilly, really looking nice. Lilly. Okay, Lilly following through on Friday's price action. Okay, Palo Alto Networks. Big move, yeah. Meta, nice move. Thank you, LA. Palo Alto Networks looking good. Let's look at CrowdStrike, the security names. CrowdStrike. All right, all the security names are doing well. CRWD. Let's see what Zscaler looks like. Zscaler. Ooh, yeah. Zscaler. CIBR. CYBR. Let's see, Fortinet. Let's see what that looks like. Fortinet. Okay, that looks good. FTNT, not as nice as the other ones, but definitely looks good. Qualsys. It's all right. We talked Zscaler, right? Yeah, Zscaler looks good. Halliburton, big gap up. Halliburton gap up. Okay, so we've got security stocks on the move too. Let's go see what is most active. Okay, the top 5 S&P are defense and aerospace. All right, so Northrop Grumman, LMT, LHX, GD, and Huntington Ingalls. All right, ConocoPhillips, Schlumberger, Marathon, Halliburton gapping up. Do they have oil wells or anything in the Middle East? Let me just check. Huntington. Halliburton Core Labs partnered to provide digital rock simulations, whatever that means. I imagine it's something to do with shale and finding more oil. Oil companies rise as crude oil soars on Middle East turmoil. No surprise there. We've seen it before. Core Labs and Halliburton announced collaboration into integrated digital rock capabilities with laboratory measured data. Okay, still I have to read more about that. Okay, Halliburton driving higher, looking good. I just heard Steel Dynamics. No, General Dynamics is what he's talking about. All right, so the aerospace and defense stocks look good. Let's go check one other thing. Okay, so on Friday, this was mostly bright green. So we got a mix. You want to check out the sectors that are showing the most strength. Utilities, energy. Utilities getting a bid. Energy, healthcare, some industrials. Financials are off a little bit. That might change on Friday. We've got PNC Bank and JP Morgan reporting. Starting off earnings this week, banks. I heard it put pretty well this morning that, long as earnings come in supportive, using rabbit ears, quotes, supportive, we should be fine through earnings. I mean, look at the way the markets are responding right now. After being off since January 7th, the markets continue to move lower into the month of October. And we're due for a few days upside, maybe a few months. That would be even better into January. We got an election year. We've got an election year for president. Shaking my head over here. Man, what else can go on? I mean, the older you get, the more shit you see. Sorry, I keep saying the word. I noticed I was thinking about, I was watching the video after I uploaded it. Noticed I said follow through about 50 times in the video. Stock's going to follow through, going to follow through. All right, so the S&P 500 so far looks okay. Volume on Friday above average. MACD crossing, stochastics rising. So the momentum is clearly the bulls to lose at this point. So far, it looks like shorts have covered and buy programs have come in and scooped up shares at a discount. I told you that yields would be important, so would be the dollar. The dollar's probably higher, right? The security trade, or it's hanging in there. It reversed on Tuesday, really. We had a doji on Tuesday.
The CEO equates Uzbek is in serious discussions to acquire the largest gas field in Asia.
Yeah, I hear you, Rick. Okay, so
Tick Strike. Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Gas inventories rose 2.94%. Distillate inventories fell 1.27 million barrels. Gasoline inventories rising 6.48 million barrels. Crude inventories are rising 132,000 barrels. Again, according to the EIA.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader everywhere.
okay, just kind of a slow morning. We're just grinding higher. I'm not taking on a bunch of risk. I want to see the markets follow through. This is the second week of October. Tend to be a month with promise. We've had a few, pullbacks, of course. Let's go see. Oh, you know what? Let's go check. Let's go check breath real quick. Advanced decline percent. I'd like to see these moving higher. Okay. So we can put in a higher low, look for a higher high. We've just come off minus 30% over the last couple of weeks. I did notice that NAMO for the NASDAQ had been turning. You can see the black line starting to turn. Okay, NAMO, let's see. So that looks okay. VIX VXV, this had spiked up to 106. The high last week was 106. We got all the way up here. It doesn't, it prints the end of the day price. We closed at 93. We're way up here at 106 to start the day on Friday. This pulled back all the way to 93-ish. Relevance there is when it gets into the green zone, you start to look for bounces. I'm just sitting there waiting for the markets to settle down first. All right, yeah, we're pulling back a little bit. Capitulation selling started off Friday, starting to turn at the green zone. When we turn here, we're looking for institutions to buy. We're still pulling back a bit. Let's go see short term what we're looking at here. All right, so looking a little better. Trend is reversing, trying to get back above the zero line. New highs minus new lows. Notice that we have 278 more stocks making new highs versus new lows. It's a simple calculation. Take new highs, subtract new lows. This gives you a net result. So far today, 278 stocks bouncing. That's a good sign, even though we're pulling back a little bit on the S&P. I'm less focused on the S&P right now. All right, so CBOE on Friday, we saw the put call ratio zoom up to 160 and then reverse. This extreme high level there, we tend to see bounces. See March, how low that was? It did get outside the upper Bollinger Band, and we bottomed there. All right, so we're still looking for a bottom. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of selling. It pays to just be a little more patient at the moment. I mean, the turmoil in the Middle East, it's pretty horrible to think people, you can't even, if you're American, you can't even relate. At least I can't. turmoil for thousands of years. People tend not to forget when they're a child or no, I'm not going to get on that subject. Sorry. Sorry. I almost caught myself there. Stick to the markets, Vinny. Okay, thank you. All right, so far, S&P 500. Who is this? New Jersey. There's nobody from New Jersey I need to talk to. Who is that? Parsippany? Let me just get this real quick. Weird call. That was a weird call. All right, so S&P 500. Let's look at the Dow. Chevron, Amgen with a gap up from previous watch list. Merck following through. This is day number 4 for Merck coming off the low. Needs to get back above the 5200 day. You can see a descending channel. If we go to the weekly time frame, Merck. I know some people have some Merck here. Looks like a little rounding top, so that to negate this, we need to hold this support at 100, 101, push back to the highs. If you're thinking pharmaceuticals, look no further than Lilly. Nice bounce last week. Obesity drugs getting all the press. 4 days off of that reversal. 4 days off that reversal back on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday got back above all of the moving averages. RSI rising, super strong. Volume showing institutions are buying. MACD stochastic saying that you're still okay. $13 ATR. So you're getting a little close to ATR. If you had a position, say from Thursday or Friday, maybe you, if you have shares, maybe you sell some premium. Maybe the 600, something like that. Let's see what the 600s are going for Lilly. Okay, so if you sold, this is a good example. If you sold the 600, if you have 100 shares, $58,000 worth of, so let's say you had $554,000 worth of shares. You bought 100 shares a ways back when this was still $100 per share. It was a while ago. But so let's say you're still holding on to shares and you want to sell some premium. You could sell the January 600 call for $86.80, or around $8,600 per contract. Not bad. Good way to make some money. If you had it for the long term and all you're doing is sitting there and maybe collecting a dividend, I'm not sure what the dividend on Lilly is, but a number of years back, I know Jeff, if you're listening, Sundog, we talked about this. This is a multi-year breakout that we saw back in 2017, 18. I think it was 2018. Jeff Sundog asked me about Lilly. I said, it looked really good. Let's go 10 years. So this looks a little better. Okay, so you had this multi-year breakout above 78. So if you bought 100 shares then and you've been holding on to shares, selling premium along the way has net you a nice dividend. And now we're at $570. A lot of people would say, all right, sell it for 25, 30% gains. But if you're trading for a long term, these are the kind of stocks that you want to hold on to. Same thing with Tesla. When Tesla dipped down to $100 per share, that was a good area to buy shares. I have shares of Tesla. I'm going to sell premium wherever I can. Cover calls. Same thing with Apple. I didn't hold on to NVIDIA, unfortunately, because I sold it before earnings. But this was another one. $100 per share. What can you sell an NVIDIA premium for? Okay, so NVIDIA. Okay, so selling January's 450 call or January 460s, you could net $10,000 per contract. $10,000 per contract. That's some nice premium. If you started off back here at $100 per share. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong. Sorry about that. $60, $6,000 per contract. Sorry, I was looking at NVIDIA. Tesla. All right, so let's get back to the task at hand. The markets are bouncing. Point I'm trying to make is that, we talk about day trades a lot, but also have a lot of positions like Apple where we're selling premium and we'll buy back premium on gap downs. I didn't do anything this morning. Okay, Apple. Okay, so Apple been working very well. Okay, it has an average true range of about $3.50 a day. So if I was going to sell some premium on Apple, I'd be looking for a little bit more upside move. Right now, it's a doji inside day. So I'd be looking for a move to the 50-day. If we got to the 50-day, I'd probably sell premium up around 182, 185, something like that. And look for a rejection at the 100 period, the magenta colored line. Wait for it to pull back to like 180, buy back those covered calls, collect a couple of $100 to $300 per contract. And just continue to do that over and over and over. Same thing with Tesla, Google. What's Google doing? Google looking very strong. I mean, all things considered, Google is back to green on the day. So it always feels weird dismissing things that are going on in other parts of the world, but we're here to make money. And that's my job, unfortunately, as it is today. A lot of people, I'm not going to get onto that subject, but geopolitical tensions aside, we have to look at where markets, what price action is telling us right now. Price action, Apple looks like it wants to bounce, maybe, maybe not. Google looks very strong. So Microsoft out with a chip to compete with NVIDIA. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. NVIDIA's got a pretty big lead. I don't put anything past Microsoft. I mean, I like Microsoft, have shares of Microsoft, but not enough to sell premium. All right. Google. Okta. Another one of those names in the defense sector, Okta. Security. Okta, let me just see what's going on. Okta, is there news on Okta? I don't see any news items. Okay, Okta's just cruising higher. Okta? Jeez. Okta with a follow-through day. Huge move on Friday. A lot of stocks we're seeing the same thing. A lot of stocks are set up this way. MACD's turning. It's the bulls' momentum to lose. Stochastics rising. RSI moving back through 50. So many stocks. I ran a scan this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at that scan. Where'd you go? Right there. Bullish stochastic scan is what it's called. It basically looks for stochastics oversold and turning. Let's take a look at some of these names. Okay, so it looks for stochastics oversold and turning. Autoliv, look at Antero Resources. Antero Resources, big move, 3 white soldiers. Technically, they should overlap. This last one didn't overlap. It's a gap up. Descending channel off the, cruising right along the 200-day descending channel. Looking for a breakout above 30. Antero Resources. Antero oversold stochastics. Okay. MACD and stochastics turning volume, showing you institutions are there, so they got your back. Do you want to buy it today, or look for a better entry? It's kind of hard to buy it right there at the high of the day. Looking pretty good. VWAP up and to the right is what you're looking for, and the sector is in play. Looks good. Okay, so that's Antero. A lot of names on here looked really strong. Dell. I was going to put it back on the watch list. I think I did actually. No, okay. It's in the extended watch list, but Dell, once it gets back above the 21-day, I was concerned that maybe it would drop a little bit more. And I was creating the watch list after all of this turmoil in the Middle East showed up in the news. All right, stochastics turning. MACD's about to turn. Volume picked up on Friday, so this might be a nice setup for Dell. Okay, if you got shares, I'd just be selling premium on pops. GSK, GlaxoSmithKline, Okta, we just talked about. PXD. Who's buying? Who wants to buy PXD? Is it Exxon? I forget who it was. Textron looking good. Shell PLC, Shell Oil PLC. Rocking higher. Halliburton rocking higher. Okay, big gap up. Okay, Halliburton. All of these stocks looking good. Okay, Shell. So the point I'm trying to make is that this scan finds lots of stocks that were oversold over the last few weeks. Last 2 weeks, stochastics embedded and turning, giving you a great setup. Just watch for the volume. I almost put uranium on the watch list as well. Watching those stocks in the uranium industry group moving higher. KKR inside day. Futu Fluor Corp. FLR Fluor Corp. Fluor operates in 4 business segments: energy solutions, urban solutions, mission solutions, and other. Energy and chemicals serve production and fuels, chemicals, LNG. All right, all of the areas that you would expect to see strength in. Fluor, looking for a follow through. All of the security and defense names looking very strong. Let's see what Zscaler is doing right now. Zscaler breaking out. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks. All of these stocks are in play, breaking out of sideways patterns, looking for the next leg higher. If you look at the weekly time frame, you can see what we're thinking. All right, so we went through some consolidation and a pullback bear market in 2022. Then we went into breakout mode, this leg up from 2023, start of 2023, 130 up to 255. Okay, so you got to consolidate, right? Some consolidation here, consolidate. This is about to break out. Once these stocks break out, they're probably going to start the next leg. You might be saying, oh, this is at highs. Institutions have been known to buy high and sell higher. We're going into the strongest months of the year usually. Can this make another higher high? Well, if it was just one stock, I would say, maybe not so much. Look at Zscaler compared to Palo Alto. Palo Alto was added to the S&P 500. Look at Zscaler. This is just getting started. Zscaler looking really good. When you compare the two, it's really, I don't know if you can compare apples to apples. Let me see what the earnings. Zscaler. Zscaler last time around beat expectations. Company provides cloud-based security solutions. Everybody knows that. Enterprise network security services, web security, internet security, antivirus, vulnerability management, firewalls, control over user activity and mobile, cloud computing, blah, blah, blah. Just about everything. Okay, let's see what the earnings look like. Last time around, it reported September 5th, earnings of 54 cents per share, 455 million. All right, so right there, let me just see Palo Alto, 455 million for the quarter. Palo Alto, yeah, much bigger company, 195 billion for the fiscal quarter. So I do like the potential here. They're both in security. Zscaler is a smaller company than Palo Alto, but it has a lot of potential. Look at the volume there. That's telling you institutions have been buying. Where did they buy? They started buying right around 90 to 100. We're up $70. You think that's all they want? Maybe. But I got a feeling they want more like 50% of this move. All right, let's look at Zscaler from that perspective. So if you're analyzing a potential position in something like Zscaler, do a little fundamental and technical. You can see 382 would get you to 192, 50% retracement of this move from the bear market start in 2021 into 2022. 50% would get you back to 230. That's $50. Can we get to 618? Probably. Probably. Can you handle $90 in profit? 10 shares? That sets you back $1,700. You think maybe you can make $900? That wouldn't be a bad risk reward. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Or, if you can afford 100 shares, as we start to make these higher highs, maybe you sell some premium. A lot of ways to cut this, or sell debit spreads, credit on the debit side, a bullish setup. All right, let's go back to the FANG stocks, which are looking better. There's Apple. Apple on the move here. Okay, looking good. Apple, VWAP is starting to turn up and to the right. Yeah, Palo Alto looking great. Yeah. Agree. PLTR. All right, shorts covering. Now we got, looks like buyers showing up on U.S. Steel. Shorts covering. U.S. Steel shorts covering. Buyers are now showing up on U.S. Steel. Okay, Microsoft squeezing, talking about
Gas futures rising as much as 16%.
talking about a chip to rival or to compete with NVIDIA. I'm not surprised. I mean, they created their own chip to compete with Intel. And of course, Apple creating their own M1, M2 chips. I mean, with AI, you can imagine what's happening in the background, things we don't even know about. I'm sure some of you tech-minded people are all over it. I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of artificial intelligence, how it's going to impact companies' competitiveness, all the way from hiring human resources, all the way through spend and SG&A and profits. How to market, and just the technology side as another area to make profits. This just looks really good. The markets have bounced nicely. We're almost we're more than a halfway back now. I'd really like to see a couple more days of buying, get these oversold indicators to turn. Okay, so Dow Jones looks pretty good. Speaking of Dow Jones, let's go take a look at the components of the Dow Jones. Caterpillar. Okay, bouncing. Caterpillar looks good. Amgen gapped up.
So Germany's 10
Disney.
yield extends its fall, at last down 10.6 basis points at around 2.785%.
Think about Disney for a second. A lot of people ask me about Disney. This looks like a value. Looks like a value. Looks like a good area to buy. And this was a while ago, and we just continue to drift lower. When did Iger come? Iger. November 2022. November 2022. All right. So remember we were talking about Disney, November 2022. We were saying, wow, Iger's coming back. Maybe this is an opportunity to buy some Disney. And it worked for a while. November 2022. Let me go out one more month. Here we go. All right. And we did bounce. We did bounce there for a while. We got all the way up to 118. Price fell back below the 50-day. Good example of markdown. Okay. So institutions, some people were maybe taking Disney off. Maybe they've had a long-term position in Disney. This was their opportunity to get out. The company, it just keeps dropping lower and lower and lower. $70 per share. People say, it's oversold. This should be the area where we're going to buy. I would think the opposite. I would say until Disney starts to turn, maybe you have a position in Disney or thinking about it, until Disney starts to look like this, up and to the right instead of down and to the right, I'm not interested. This is the markdown phase. At some point, we'll start to see a big base. It looked like that's what was going to happen over here. And I'll finish with that. Point is that this is in a markdown. This is still in a markdown, still below, trying to stay above the 10 EMA weekly. 10 EMA weekly is still dropping. This is this lost money. Okay. So it peaked in 2021 at $203. So many of these companies being forced by social matters to basically destroy themselves to suit a minority. I'm just stating the facts, not picking sides. So don't get all twisted. Disney, maybe this is an area, double bottom. I just don't I would rather put my money somewhere else. I'd rather put my money in, say, Lilly. Thinking about places to invest, up and to the right. And you might say, well, this is at highs. This is probably going to fall off. This is not a reason to short just because it's at highs. What about the aerospace and defense right now? This is probably going to be a short-term bullish event. What about Novo Nordisk? All right, that's still trending. Oil and gas names. Yeah, CVX still the top of the list on Dow Jones. Okay, XLE Energy. All right, let's go back to sectors because we want to see who's doing the best. We spent an hour now talking through the markets, watching the markets bounce. We're looking for a higher high now. Okay, so there you go. 3/4 of the market right now or more are bearish. Energy, pretty obvious. Industrials, making a reversal after pulling back from 110. Higher low. Look at the weekly. Yeah. Maybe just keeping your money in short-term securities at 5% makes more sense, right? Got to get this market to turn around. Let's look at the number of stocks above the 50-day. Okay, we did bounce. The March low did hold. We drew this in before we got there. Looking for a bounce. All right, so this is improving. If you recall, if you watched the weekend video, I know some of you don't have time, but hold on one second. Bear with me 1 second. Just got to take care of something real quick here.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Renner.
All right, so the number of stocks trading above their 50-day, this is clear evidence that we're seeing some buying by institutions. Some stocks are pulling back to move back above their 50-day. Last week, we were down to what? About 5% of stocks were above their 50-day, something like that, 8%. Washout lows lead to opportunity. Money flow. When money flows out of the markets, you're going to see these lines drop, the number of stocks trading above their 50-day. We saw this back in October. We didn't get quite as low as we did in October and June. We got close. So is this a signal to go out and put everything on black and spin the wheel? No. 2020, we got close there as well. There was like only 2% of stocks or 1% of stocks were above their 50-day. Whenever we get down to these levels, start looking for opportunities. Okay, many people are thinking range bound now. Range bound for the rest of the year. Maybe we move back up towards the middle of these highs and lows. Okay, S&P 500. 4,300 is a major level. 4,300 is a major level. We're currently trading right below that level. 4,300, we want to see a move above that level. Okay, here's 4,300. Okay, so you can see puts and calls there are blocking, basically blocking progress. We get above 4,300, we could see a rally up to 4,400. Not going to go straight there, but the same goes for if we can't get back above 4,300. There's a possibility we drift back towards 4,250 or 4,275. Support below. Fingers crossed. I'd like to see us move above 4,300. So that's what we're looking at right now. So 4,300 is a big level. Okay, let me just mark that on there. 4,300 is right here. RSI rejected. You know what? Let me just do this. I'll take this one. Put that there, 4,300. Okay, 4,300. That's what we're watching. MACD's crossed or crossing soon. If we keep this up, histogram is in the opposite direction. So it's the bulls to lose at this point. Okay, let me show you what I'm thinking here. All right, so stochastic's rising. So the momentum still looks pretty good. Opportunity. Investors showed up this morning, bought the dip. All right, let me show you something here. Okay, so here's the S&P. Okay, and right now we just have a flat VWAP. So can we move back down to the low? Sure. I'm thinking we're just going to stick near VWAP. Note the 10 EMA come next to price, the 200 EMA, the gold line, let me just get this real quick. Okay. So the 20 EMA is the red line. The gold line is the 200 EMA on the 2-minute chart, and VWAP is the purple. So you can see they're all consolidated, and VWAP and the Bollinger Bands are tight. Okay, so we're going to go in one direction or the other. Right now, RSI is dropping. So my thoughts are that, okay, so we have political turmoil. The risk is pretty high that we could move back into Friday's price action more than we already have. So I'm not taking a lot of risk on. It feels like we're pulling back. 4,300 is a major level. Flat VWAP. Volume has tapered off, though. That's good. Volume is tapering off. So right now, I'm basically risk off. I'm not doing anything. Let's go take a look at our risk on off indicators real quick. This is going to tell me the same thing, I'm sure. Sure of it. Junk bonds, we want this to be higher. All right, so junk bonds actually not that bad. I was expecting junk bonds to be inside of last Friday's candle. Nope. So junk bonds are a risky asset. As such, anyone who thinks the markets are going to collapse probably wouldn't be buying junk bonds. Just a guess. That said, it's only one indicator. We've got two of these that are turned down, IBB, Biotechs, and IWM. Crude oil is turned back up. We don't want that. And Bitcoin's turned down. So we've got four 1, 2, 3, 4 of 5 so far that are more bearish. 10 years rising, and advanced decline is not giving us any signals. So that's telling me chill. Don't put a lot of risk on the table. If you're going to look at some risk for the day, make sure you're looking at sectors that are doing well. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We're looking at healthcare, aerospace and defense. Okay, and here the market's a little bit redder at this point. So Lilly, Amgen are higher. Merck, CNC. Okay, so this is telling you not to do much. I wish I could say, we had the bullish day we were looking forward to when I presented the weekend video. Thoughts for the week. All right, so we were looking at the yields as being a driving force, and those were up there at 5% this morning, weren't they? No? Okay. I thought I saw 5% on something. Maybe it was the short. Huh. 4.75%. That was overnight. 4.76. We're down to 4.67. VIX is still hanging out at 18. That's pretty low considering everything. I expected to see us over 20 most of the day. The dollar's turned back up. So all things considered, while I don't have a risk on signal other than on junk bonds, the dollar, the 10-year, the VIX are pretty tame. Crude oil's backed off. It's at 86. It did gap up from 82, 81. All right, so it's up $4. If you've got to search for things to put money to work on, that's telling you enough right there. Just wait. Okay, what else? Okay, you know what else we wanted to look at? Let's look at growth and value. Really want to see these value stocks perform a little better. Dividend paying stocks been shunned lately for growth. All right, we're at the 21 EMA. If we get above it, that'll mean that the FANG stocks, these top 10 that we covered in the weekend video, the top 10 means that those should be seeing some buying activity. Okay, so look at that. Look at that wick underneath today's candle so far. We had a nice bullish candle on Friday. Are we going to follow through? Sure looks like it. Sure looks like it. Okay, we talked about this. Keep these stocks in focus. All right, these top 10 stocks. New York FANG Index. Just showed you the New York FANG Index looks pretty good. Wick underneath this candle showing that they're buying. So look at your individual names. Google's doing okay. The security names, Palo Alto, Zscaler, Okta, those are all doing well. Microsoft is off 60 cents, 0.2%, 0.2. Microsoft is half a percent. Google's flat at the moment. It was green a few minutes ago. Netflix is off 20 cents. Meta had a good day on Friday. Meta is up $2. Okay, so Meta, you think about Meta. I don't like the CEO. I mean, he's a jerk, but Meta, you think about it. They're in advertising. They have tools for small companies and large to advertise through their network. They're getting into, the metaverse, whatever that means, AI. You sure they're going to be into AI? So they have lots of revenue streams, and the stock's doing really well. So let's take a look at some of these names. Meta, Oracle, Snowflake. What's Snowflake doing? What's going on with all right, so my computer is locking up a little bit. Let me go over here. Oracle looks pretty good, by the way. Oracle, Snowflake. Snowflake above 160, just below its 100 period. It's above the 50 and the 200 day. Volume looks pretty good, starting to build on Snowflake. Okay, Apple just sitting here flat VWAP. SPY sitting here flat VWAP. Okay, I don't see the appetite for putting a lot of risk on at the moment. Week in the morning, can we see some institutional buying come in the afternoon session, perhaps? All right, the 10-year continues its path lower at the moment. It's off 2%. VIX is hanging out, and the dollar is hanging out at the lows of the day, 106.27. Crude oil pulling back a bit, and price action is just chopping up. Can we move lower? We could move lower if there's no bid in the markets. I don't see a whole lot of blocks. SPY, we've got 7 SPY blocks so far today. It's kind of slow. It is a holiday. Was it Columbus Day? It is a holiday. My wife is like, "You're working today?" They're out. She's with her sister. My sister-in-law. She's with her sister. They're camping. They rented an RV. My sister-in-law has 2 boys. My kids stay home. They didn't want to go camping. All right, so we're drifting lower right now. So we're going to take out the low here. SPY taking out the low. Pre-market low was right around 425.50. I would just take the rest of the day off. Okay, weekend video and also the weekend email I send out with the watch list. The comment was caution going into the week. We want to see direction. And right now we are directionless. We are a little bit lower. We had a big bullish day on Monday. Hopefully we don't give back too much of that because that would confuse a lot. Not the institutions or whatever, but confuse a lot of people. Right now I'm not doing anything. I'm just taking care of some administrative tasks. The dollar is moving higher right now. VIX starting to move higher, and the 10-year is still at the low. Not much to do at the moment.
So, confirmation from Chinese state media, China's President Xi is to meet with US Senator Schumer in Beijing.
What the hell is Schumer doing meeting with Xi? Crazy. I guess you got to keep an open dialogue. I could never be a politician. The S&P is still off 22 handles. Just waiting for some direction. Markets are not giving it yet, just telling us to be patient and risk averse at the moment. NIMO is climbing. It's about to cross the zero line. It's at minus 19. SPY has given us 2 yellow bars. Momentum wise, if this keeps up, we could see a third yellow bar and maybe some higher highs. We got to get above 430 SPY, 4,300 S&P.
damaging. I'm also interested in the small business index tomorrow morning. Not a huge market mover, but I always enjoy reading that because
Patchy looking for a follow through. All right, slow day in the neighborhood. All right, the market's just sitting here doing nothing. Not a bad idea. Good morning. Okay, I can't believe it's only 11 o'clock. Feels like it's afternoon already. All right, let's check out these stocks here. Apple, AMD, flat. Tesla, lower. PepsiCo, let's see what stocks are showing strength here. Let's go here, PepsiCo. Not interested. Starbucks. Not interested. Lam Research, LRCX. Really not a whole lot going on. Utilities, AEP. PayPal. Just looking at some stocks that have high activity. Fastenal. Fastenal was there for a second. Fastenal looks okay. All right, security stocks look good. Zscaler was looking good earlier. Okay, people taking some profits off. Day traders who probably had shares from Friday that decided to swing, gapped up, followed through, get a little bit of selling into strength, come back to VWAP. Yeah, I would be selling into that too. Palo Alto Networks. Yeah, so you can see the same pattern. People are selling at the highs. If they were swinging from Friday or Thursday, they decided to swing into Friday and today. Probably took some profits off at resistance, supply over there. Okay, CrowdStrike. Same pattern. Sellers into strength. Okay, so it looks like a B pivot, maybe C and D. It all depends on if institutions want to pick up shares at during the lunch hour. All right, I'm going to take a couple-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday. Kind of slow. Flat VWAP telling you don't do anything. indicators telling me that risk off, except for the junk bonds, is the flavor of the day. Junk bonds up and to the right. The 10-year backing off a bit and starting to turn a little bit. US dollar fading more from last week, Tuesday into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Dollar SPY. All right, so I'm just going to put this on SPY for a minute, and I'll be right back. Let me go freshen my coffee. Feels like there's just a few people trading, maybe algos, but not much else going on. Markets are just listless, moving sideways. Tesla drifting a bit lower, back down to 252. FANG stocks, sideways, flat VWAP. Most stocks are showing flat VWAP. Got a few more stocks trying to get above the 50-day though. That's a good sign. Okay, buyers showing up at the low of the day, you can see, for now. All right, we're just about 20% of stocks above the 50-day. This was 1750, 17.5%. We're above. And we're about 20% now, so that's improving. We got CCI starting to trigger. You can see that right there. CCI is above minus 100. And number of stocks above their 200-day is starting to climb as well. So that's all starting to point to potential follow-through. Growth still outperforming value. We hit the 21-day. Like to see value stocks catch big. Many sectors oversold. IBB. Real estate with a double bottom. Potential there. Real estate. Transports got obliterated over the last 10 weeks or so with crude oil prices. Semiconductors holding up near the 10 EMA. Materials, okay, I guess. Communications looking very strong. Meta, what's Meta doing? Meta hanging in there. It was up much more. It has faded from the highs of the day. Meta communications looking good though. Let's see what Roku looks like. Roku still 70. Netflix having a decent morning. And some sellers coming in. Netflix. Microsoft with a new chip supposedly to compete with NVIDIA on AI. Probably going to see a lot more of that. All right, it's going to be a slow day. Imagine it's going to be a slow day. So buckle up. If we get any kind of juice going, maybe we'll start to see something here. Starting to see more shorts covering, maybe a little long setup. SPY back towards VWAP. Flat VWAP, look for highs and lows. No momentum. No momentum at the moment. Majority of stocks look the same way. Let's see what this looks like here. Oil and gas stocks in play. Energy, aerospace and defense, pharmaceuticals. If you're day trading, those are areas you want to pay attention to. U.S. Steel still climbing. U.S. Steel. All right, New York Fang Index. Those stocks did see a little buying off the low, but no follow through. New York Fang. A little bit of buying into the lows this morning. Okay, so we can see that wick underneath today's candle. Oh, I wanted to adjust that. I wanted to adjust that. We're currently let's see. We're about 9% off the July high. We gained 102% from the October low, November low. 102%. We gave back 10% last week, bounced. Now we're off 9%. RSI is trying to stay above 50. Looking for the strength to continue. MACD's crossed. Stochastics rising. All right, just a matter of waiting and patience now. All right, so if we can continue to see the number of stocks trading above their 50-day improve to over 20%, we'll keep an eye on that as a benchmark because that hit a washout low that leads to buying, institutional buying, or we're starting to see a little follow through now, S&P. All right. So New York Fang giving us some potential in those 10 stocks. Though they are taking a break at the moment. All right, Apple is squeezing. Flat VWAP everywhere. Flat VWAP. Okay. All right, starting to move back up through VWAP. What are you doing on my screen? Huh? Flat VWAP. There's no momentum in the markets right now. Block trades. Very sparse. We've got more. Let's see. We got about 7, 8 on the SPY. 8 on the Qs and IWM. 1, 2, 3. 3 blocks on IWM. So it's a pretty slow day. It's 11:20 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Here on the East Coast, we're seeing some nice weather, nice and cool outside. Fall has finally gotten here. It's about 65 degrees, a little light breeze out of the northeast, off the ocean coming this way. Watching the FANG stocks, flat for the most part, flat VWAP. Apple's off 80 cents. Amazon's off $2.30. Meta is up 60 cents, 76. Microsoft, Google, Netflix are off a bit. Google's flat, could show some potential for a break above 138 later. Google, one of my more bullish ideas for the end of year into the next decade, really. With Google selling covered calls, same thing with Apple, as we're waiting for price action to develop a trend. We're still consolidating, even Apple consolidating after it reported earnings or lack thereof. Been pretty much in a range, but it doesn't mean we can't make money on the shares while we're waiting. We accumulated over $3,000 in premium over the last 10 weeks or so. Basically collecting synthetic dividends by selling covered calls on pops, buying them back for a profit on dips, or rolling them out for a credit while we're waiting for the markets. S&P is starting to rally now. Okay, so if you recall, we were just talking about the SPY and the S&P, the 20 EMA, the 200 EMA, and VWAP. Okay, they were all close together. So now we're looking for a direction. The red line, the red dotted line is the 20 EMA. The gold line is the 200 EMA. And the purple line behind the gold is VWAP. So right now, you can see Bollinger Band's tight. RSI is starting to rise, so it's telling you look for a move to the upside. If you took calls here, looking for a push higher, looking for Bollinger Bands to open up. MACD's turning, stochastics rising. This is a 2-minute chart. Okay. Oliver Velez, this is a strategy he uses a lot. Oliver Velez, V as in Victor, E-L-E-Z. Looking for price to pull away from these three, VWAP, 20, and 200 EMAs. Though with a flat VWAP, you're not looking for much momentum. So if we do get some momentum into the evening session, the afternoon session, we would expect to see RSI leading the way, and for price to pull above VWAP and VWAP start to tilt up and to the right. Most of the FANG stocks are just flat as well. Amazon's off 2, Meta's up 94 cents, just shy of $1. Trying to cruise back up to the highs of the session. We got banks reporting Friday. PNC and JP Morgan leading them off. So what we're anticipating is supportive earnings. Obviously, or many expecting that earnings are not going to be great. I'm okay with that. As long as they're supportive, the market seems to be shrugging off bad news. Friday, we had a bad number on non-farm payroll, but it turned out to not be as bad as it initially appeared. Many of you in the trading room were up on it. It was actually seasonal workers that were being added. All right, SPY. And keep an eye on this. All right, so if we're going to have any kind of luck, we need to break above this high or low. You can see here over here on the right, we're mostly red on the day. AMD, Intel, Meta, it looks pretty good. Let's see what Meta looks like. All right, below VWAP, VWAP is flat. Was upward sloping this morning. Had a nice move from 312 up to 320. $6 or $7 off of that little dip. Volume showed up. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple, Comcast looking pretty interesting. The communication stocks look pretty good today. XLC. VWAP up and to the right. We were looking at sectors before. Let's look at the FANG. New York FANG index. Again, buyers showing up. So this is good for the FANGs. 10 stocks we're looking for a follow through. Tesla trying to turn. All right, so we got dips. Let's see a buyer show up. There goes Intel. Intel on the move. Watch Intel here. Intel's on the move. Okay, turning back towards VWAP. We got a high tick alert, so shorts will cover it some more. DraftKings Turning back up. SPY. All right, let's just keep an eye on SPY for a few minutes. All right, we're on a new buy signal. You can see we've had 3 buys and 2 sells. Short term. A little bit of noise. If we go out, if we zoom out to say the 15-minute, you can see a buy signal right here at 11:15. Looking for a follow through. Flat VWAP though. I'm not expecting much. If this starts to trend, look for a move towards 430 or 4,300 on the S&P. That's a major level. 4,300 is a major level. We're right at 4,300 S&P right now.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. Roblox at $30. Bollinger Band squeeze is opening up. Volatility picking up. RSI is rising.
Definitely, this price cut is actually coming from Wells Fargo, and their new price target is at $372, and that's down from $389. But they do also keep their overweight rating on the shares here. They're just kind of highlighting overall the upcoming earnings announcement when it comes to Meta. They do believe that revenues will be at the higher end of the guidance that Meta did provide for the quarter, and they also do believe that they're going to have modest revenue acceleration for Q4. But they're also highlighting the fact that in the initial guidance for fiscal year 2024, operational expenditures should be between $95 billion and $100 billion. Wells Fargo does predict that that's going to be below $95 billion when it comes to operational expenditures, and they are just kind of highlighting that investors should watch the CapEx spend as well as the CapEx cycle when it comes to Meta.
IWM staying in this area continues to base. This is what we've been looking for. Thank you, Scott, for the heads up. We've been basing in this area for 5 days. Back in March, it took about 6-8 weeks before we got some follow through. It is a major area. So we start to bounce and follow through. Mean reversion back to the 200-day seems likely, with stops at the 9 EMA on Friday. The 21-day likely a resistance level, and then a 200-day over the next couple of days, next couple of weeks.
Improve functionality from OpenAI and other models that they plan on implementing here. So very interesting developments where we're starting to hear a lot of these larger companies that have exposure to AI are starting to focus maybe in-house when it comes to AI chip production in order to reduce its dependency and try to maybe ramp up a little bit quicker when it comes to their AI strategy here.
Right, understood. Okay, thank you so much, Kevin Green. Good to see you. Thanks for those 2 names. See you, Markets Correspondent. All right, let's spotlight the world of esports. Joining us right now, live from the NASDAQ, Jim Knopf, CEO, Gamer Pakistan, and Nick Venenzia, Chief Data Officer, Gamer Pakistan. Thank you both for being with us, and congratulations on the debut. As we look at this, Jim, I see that you have 39 million people that have already played this game in Pakistan. That can head to 50 million soon enough. Tell us about why now and a little bit about the company.
Well, I think we've been in Pakistan for 10 years, and it's been a journey, and we've achieved a lot in the 10 years, and we've had our pitfalls, but we recognize the age, the median age in Pakistan. 60% of the population is younger than 30 years old, which is the perfect demo for esports. It's a tech-savvy people in Pakistan, and we created this infrastructure, for the college students and university level, and we've signed up 119 universities, and we are competing in tournaments in 2021. Since 2021, one of the big improvements that's happened in the time, because the internet quality was a problem, and we were doing tournaments, and buffering and things like that happened, but the Pakistani government just embraced the sport of esports and did a strategic partnership with Tencent, and they've fixed the quality of internet capabilities in Pakistan.
It's a wonderful thing, but at the same time, nothing was happening to resolve the Palestinian.
All right, so just yapping away.
And to prove that, in 2022.
All right, stock's lifting a bit more. I don't know if we're going to get much further. We're right up against resistance in most of the major indices.
25th in the world rankings in 2023. So we think we have, again, very tech-savvy people, and they're great esports, and they're just excited for the future.
It's amazing when you listen to some of those stats.
VIX gapping up and fading.
60% of the folks are actually under 30 years old. I mean, I can't believe that. And that's the kind of data that you need to grow this company. As Chief Data Officer, Nick, what kind of stats are you looking at? Because we see some of these growth projections, and at number 25 in the world for e-gaming, I guess the only way to go here is to continue to grow. It sounds exciting.
Yeah, and also looking at other forms of revenue. So, for example, helping things like big brands like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, best be able to identify their customers that are actually over there in Pakistan. And those are gaming, we know the relevancy of that individual and know that it's not a bot. So brands can rest assured that they're able to reach that target customer tomorrow without wasting money on bots.
Market's still pretty mixed. You can see real estate over here is doing fairly well. Utilities, energy, deep green, that means they're up more than 3%. Deep dark green. You can see industrial, some of the aerospace and defense, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, all of those up more. VIX, looks like VIX wants to drop a little more. All right, let's keep an eye on SPY. SPY.
I used to, kick my sons outside because we live in Southern California, and I said, "Get outside, it's beautiful out there." And I just didn't understand what esports was, and this really is the beginning of something great that we're doing in Pakistan, and we're very excited about it.
Pinduoduo. Flat. Tesla flat after a gap down this morning.
It really is. I mean, this is the advertisers are now getting involved, obviously sponsoring tournaments and advertising, but with the technology, they're actually brands are being put into games now. So, and that's actually what is on our blueprint for the future. We want to develop and own our own games moving forward, and we've started the process. We've talked to game developers around the country, and there's very talented people out there that just haven't gotten their games across the goal line because of maybe financial restrictions or whatnot. But so we're in these conversations, and that's part of it. And moving forward, we're going to own our own games.
Yeah, which games are the most popular on the platform right now, Nick?
I wouldn't say so much focus more so much on the games right now. The other elements again, add on to what Jim was saying, is that it's actually helping these esports athletes find the relevant brand partnerships and deals. So we're actually looking to see, say, what that social following, like the community of that, say, esports athlete, what brands are they relevant? What brands do they shop with? And it's actually trying to also enhance the value that these esports athletes are actually able to deliver directly to these brands. And we can help facilitate revenue and new forms of profit for these esports athletes. And help the brands also at the same time as reach that customer of tomorrow. So it's not so much focus on the high impact of say the game itself, but more of the audience that the streamers are able to reach at scale.
Thank you both for being here. Jim Nomination, PPAK. So we're very happy that you're with us. Thank you. Coming up next, a look at our disruptor CEO. But I'm not afraid. We want to tell you all about it. George Stone has the details and the recap. Believe us, we are in Talk Network 360. We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window, and other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He's proud of the prices he's charging. My dad instilled in me always be proud of offering.
All right, so wow, XPing's down 11% now, 11.5%. Okta still driving higher.
Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360. 11 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction to global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device, and available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Okay. SPY. Still in a range-bound flat VWAP situation. We need to break higher. If we can break above this 430 area and VWAP start turning up into the right, we have a chance. We're currently above 4,300. Looking for a push off of this area.
Demonstrated for a year-over-year basis about 38%, but even guided higher for 39% going forward into next fiscal year. While at the same time, the earnings per share actually doubled last quarter relative to the same quarter last year. And if you look at the elements of their business, I mean, they're one of the robust leaders and have expertise in cloud security. They have advanced product capabilities, and they're very well positioned to the evolving landscape needs for remote workload security. And if you consider the remote access login credentials that are needed to, of course, access enterprise workloads and of course networks, Zscaler is one of the leaders in that space. But at the same time, they also actually manage internal applications as well as external applications from an enterprise standpoint. Now, some of the large customers for Zscaler include Google and that's been growing. It's growing stronger than even its revenues by about 40% on a year-over-year basis. So I think the analysts are starting to look at this a little bit more.
All right. All right. Let's look at a few names here. Look at a few that are continuing. Let's see. Monster Beverages, MNST. Monster. Wow, that one got obliterated. Monster Beverages. Marvell, MRVL. That's okay. Micron. Not really. T-Mobile. T-Mobile looks pretty good. Intel, Biogen, BIIB, Biogen. Okay. Intel. Nope. Datadog. Nope. CentOS. Economically sensitive CentOS. That looks pretty interesting. CentOS. All right, CentOS is economically sensitive. It has over 1 million customers worldwide. Sells and rents corporate identity, uniforms, and other services to those 1 million customers worldwide. When this is trending, it's telling you that things are better than they seem. Higher highs, higher lows. Weekly looks pretty good. Moving back above the 10 EMA, looking for a move back up to 424, 524, 525. CentOS looks pretty good. All right, just going through some stocks that are popping up. All right, Google trending. Google looks pretty good. A break above 140 would be noteworthy for Google. Google's just going to keep going, in my estimation. 10 EMA rising. The previous high was right around 151, 152. I don't think Google's going to stop there. Think being the operative word. I have no special crystal ball to tell me, but there's a big cup and handle. Had a big leg during 2020, 2021 into the 2022 bear market. We pulled back from 150 to 83. Buyers started showing up. We bought shares. As this is continuing higher, I keep selling premium into strength all along the way, holding shares, collecting dividends, and synthetic dividends by selling premium, whether it's credit spreads or call premium, short calls, cover calls, whatever you want to call them. Google looks good, looks for another move higher. Many analysts believe Google is going to be one of the top 3 or 4, maybe top 5 stocks in AI over the years, among other things. I was talking to my son about content over the weekend. Content, how YouTube has harnessed the power of everyone working. It's the whole Rockefeller mentality. I'd rather have 1% of 100 people's toil and trouble, 1% of their toil and trouble, rather than 100% of my own. With YouTube, content providers are rewarded by, earnings or paid for their toil in the way of viewers, subscribers, etc. The whole TikTok generation and people doing stuff online. Point is that Google has got lots of revenue streams. YouTube has more viewers than Netflix on a monthly basis. Anyway, I found that very interesting statistic. So AI, ChatGPT, lots of other new revenue streams. Anyway, I was talking to my son about this, about content. He was saying, he was thinking about these things to do. And I said, that's a great idea, He's got a YouTube channel. He wants to keep it private for now. And continue to produce content for people his age. Google's a place for that. And so, you produce content. There goes AMD. I just saw AMD pop up. AMD. Okay, trying to move. Mondelez, MDLZ. All right, let's circle back to Lilly. Yeah, Mondelez looks terrible. Value stocks are getting slammed. Lilly, a little bit off the highs, so people taking profits. Expect to see a close in the upper half of the daily range. RSI rising, stochastics turning. Okta, some of these security related names. Okta. Look at that candle. We talked about this earlier, that we were getting close to matching what we saw on Friday. Look at this candle. It's beautiful. Volume coming in. Somebody's buying Okta. We got Z. Let's look at the weekly on Okta. Okay, so we looked at this one. We looked at Zscaler. Now look at the 10 EMA and look where it's come from. Here's your accumulation. This is phase 1. Phase 1 follows phase 4. Phase 4 is the markdown, characterized by price being below a descending 10 EMA. At some point, institutions like what the company says. Maybe the company says something or does something that warrants, maybe it's earnings, hopefully it's earnings, and we start to move sideways in an accumulation pattern. So right now, this is looking like phase 1 is starting. Let's go back. Let's see how far back, 10 EMA. Okay, so you can see over here between 35 and 36, we started moving sideways. What happened? That was phase 1, accumulation. Then price action started to move higher. 10 EMA tilted up and to the right. This is what you're looking for right here. That's signaling phase 2. Phase 2 in 2020 off the COVID lows. Had we not had the COVID lows, this probably would have just kept going in phase 2 markup. And we just kept going. Occasional pullback. Okay, well, you have phase 1 over here after COVID, and then we started phase 2. All right, then we start some distribution at the highs. That's phase 3. Phase 4 is when we drop below the 10 EMA. Phase 1 started. We started accumulating shares. Now we're rising. All right. And we're starting to move higher. Now you can see flat VWAP is turning, flat 10 EMA is turning into upward sloping 10 EMA. Volume showing institutions are present and accounted for. I like the fact that Zscaler and Okta look like better opportunities than, say, Palo Alto, which is back up to the highs. Look at the difference. Palo Alto Networks and the 10 EMA. Okay, that's up and to the right. It's consolidating, looking for the breakout. What about CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike, another name in the space. It's trending. CrowdStrike makes a lot of money. Can we get back up to 290? This is what you should be looking for. 10 EMA is tilted up and to the right. You don't want to buy the highs of the day, obviously, or the highs of the week. Right now, I would not be buying. I'd be looking for the next dip. We had a dip last week, opportunity, knocking. Okay, Eli Lilly, another one. Above the 50-day, above the 921-day. This is obviously phase 2 markup. Okay, phase 2, 10 EMAs up and to the right. If you can identify this one characteristic or one criteria, 10 EMA and the 921 are tilted up and to the right. That's going to get you on the right page. And as long as you're not buying the high of the day, you should be fine. And once you're into a position, let's say you have 100 shares of, I don't know, Apple. As it's starting to move, right now it hasn't done much. It's just consolidating after earnings. Sell some premium while you're waiting for it to continue. Let's see. What else is working here? All right, energy's working. Halliburton. Back above the 921.50 day. What does the 10 EMA say? Survey says above the 10 EMA. All right, so this looks like a big range. Looking for a break above 43.44. There goes SPY. All right, let's get back to SPY. The business at hand. We want the VWAP to be tilting up and to the right. Okay, here's S&P. We're above 4,300. That's critical. We want to be above 4,300. That gets us a potential for a move to 4,400. How long it takes to get there, I'm not sure. Adobe, starting to push back above VWAP. Adobe. All right, Adobe, ADB, Adobe. Okay, so here's Adobe. It's been in a sideways range. 10 EMA. Okay, you can see where institutions showed up back here in May, pushed above the 10 EMA. For the last few weeks, we've been consolidating. If this can turn and 10 EMA turn up and to the right, software stocks should do well. All right, so Okta doing well. Let's go back to Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness was something that EZ mentioned this morning, and a couple of you chimed in. Planet Fitness, not Planet Fitness. Sorry, Palantir, PLT. Planet Fitness. Or Planet Fitness is still consolidating. All right, so Palantir looking good. However, did have sellers at the high of the day. Does that mean it's over with? No, I'd rather buy the dip anyway. All right, so here's your A. Looking for B. What am I talking about? If you're a new member, we're looking for this pattern. This time of day, we're looking for ABCD. Okay, so you've got A. It's pretty obvious that's A. That's the high of the day. RSI turns back down. Now we have a low developing. Does it turn into B? If it does, you'll see price action starting to make a higher high. We'll get back to VWAP perhaps. All right, we'll get back to VWAP, and then we'll put in a higher low. Hopefully, it'll be above VWAP. We'll put in C, and then we'll start to charge higher towards D. So you've got the opportunity. If you didn't buy right out of the gate this morning, this is probably going to follow through. C20. So you're looking at $3, maybe 10, 15%. 10, 15% on this one this week, more than likely. All right, so that looks good. Palantir. Let me go back to Planet Fitness because that's one we've been watching. Planet Fitness just consolidating down here. All right, so what do you see when you look at Planet Fitness? I see the 50-day overhead. I see a markdown phase, price below the 10 EMA. So I won't touch this until at least some accumulation. What about IWM? Similar idea, IWM. Where is it? Range bound since 2022 between 160 and basically 200 overhead. 160, 40-point range. All right, so do we start to move back up? We need to move back above the 10 EMA. We need IWN to participate. Currently, it's consolidating near this low. Okay. All right, let's go see what's working again. All right, energy. Verizon turning the corner. All right, Verizon's $31. Wow. But it's in a downtrend. You see that? Marked down. We're below the 10 EMA weekly. So at a minimum, this range in here needs to hold since October of last year. Need to get back up into the middle of that range. Verizon. T-Mobile doing better, right? T-Mobile. T-Mobile's above its 10 EMA. AT&T. All right, AT&T double bottom. That might be something there. Okay, so what would I do with AT&T? Well, AT&T is not a big mover. Let me just check the options on it because I'd probably be interested in buying shares. I'm not going to, but if I were thinking about a strategy for AT&T, what I'd be doing is either I'd be selling credit spreads, the put, maybe the 14. What do those look like? Not even worth it. The IB is so low. Let me see what this December looks like. No December's January. Yeah, January options are really cheap, so I wouldn't be interested in it right now. I mean, compared to say something like Apple, for a January call at the money for Apple, you'd probably make what, $12, $8, $8.50. All right, so let's pull back in a little bit. It's a little bit in the money. So the 175s are $11.75. So if I were thinking about AT&T, it really is a losing proposition right now. 27 cents per day improvement. You know, it's gonna maybe move 25, 30 cents. By the end of the week, maybe it moves $1. I wouldn't want to be putting my money to work in something like AT&T or Disney right now because it's not going anywhere. Disney 3 days in a row, probably shorts covering. This breaks above the 50-day, and at some point we see Disney do this, turn up and to the right. That's when I'd be interested in Disney. Not right now with Disney in a downtrend. Okay, this is what Disney's doing now. All right, so we know that aerospace and defense is in place. So if you're thinking about areas to put money to work, I wouldn't be buying up here, but I'd be looking for opportunities in this group, aerospace and defense, with the turmoil in the Middle East and Israel. I'd be looking at some of these names like AeroVironment. Had like a 4-week pullback. It's above the 50-day, turning up. Not a bad setup. Rocketdyne, Aerojet. Did they get bought out or something? Aerojet, Rocketdyne. Alcoa Aluminum, American Outdoor Brands, AOBC. Trending. All right, so defense and aerospace. BAE Systems, I believe they're based in England, right? BAE. BWXT, that showed up on a scan this weekend. Stochastics was oversold, MACD turning. Look at that lovely setup. Basing at the 50-day, get a gap up today. This is probably going to break higher. Look at the 50-day, 921.50 or up and to the right. You can't go wrong with, I mean, you know, obviously the markets can pull back, but when you have the opportunity of being in a stock that has a trend developing, the odds of it working are pretty high compared to something like Disney, which is trending lower. Look at that trend, the 10 EMA. That's phase 2 personified. Okay, this is what you should be looking for. If you're new to investing, if you're a new member this week and you're just tuning in, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Monday here in sunny Myrtle Beach. It's about 65 degrees outside with a light breeze off the ocean coming this way. Monday the 9th, only the second week of the month of October, tends to be one of the seasonally stronger months of the year. Okay. We've got October through November 15th. On average, we make about 14%. It's going back 25 years. And if we see anything close to that number at the bottom, November 16th through December, with institutions, fund managers, top traders looking for bonuses, they need to outperform the markets over these next 3 months, next 2 months, really, into November. Then we could see these numbers. That's 33% right there that you're looking at. Potential on this starting this second week. Now, what are we looking for? We're looking for, all right, we'll get off of aerospace and defense. That's obviously an area you want to pay attention to, aerospace and defense. But what we'll be looking for confirmation, you know what the answer is. We're looking for the number of stocks coming out of a washout low to confirm what we're seeing. Okay. We want, all right, so we're up to 20% now. We're beyond 20%. You see that? Okay, last week and the previous week, we were down to, I think it was 8% of stocks were above their 50-day. Now 20% are. The point is, once it gets into the green zone, you know institutions are going to start looking. Everybody's talking about breadth is terrible and few stocks are participating. Yeah, that's what you see when you have a washout low after a 3-month pullback. We pull back from the top of this range to the bottom of the range. Where do you think it's going to go now? Well, odds are that it's going to move back up into the top of the range. You got that 200-day is flat overhead. And if you know how to play this particular strategy, what we're looking for here, SPXW, we're looking for a flat 200-day moving average and for price to move from the lower band to the upper band to the lower band when 200-day is flat. Okay, so let me fill this out a little bit more. Okay, so we're outside the lower bands. We're looking for this to turn back up towards the 21-day short term. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day should improve. That'll be confirmation. That's what we're looking for. CCI is triggered today through minus 100. When all three of these are turned up, that's a signal. Last time it happened to this degree was back here in late May. And what happened? We ran from the March lows all the way back up to the top, and we created this channel, sideways channel. So I'm anticipating that we'll continue to break higher and that you're going to see higher prices into the second half of October. It's only the second week into November and into year end. I think the statistics probably going to play out pretty well. People who are early to get in, just scale in. If you were going to take 1,000 shares of anything, maybe you take 100 shares down here. Okay, if you're right, you can double up on your position if we continue to move higher. If you're wrong, you're only wrong on 100 shares and not 1,000 shares. Okay, there goes the S&P. All right, so I'll stop yapping here, get back to the S&P. There goes Adobe. Watch that VWAP. VWAP will start tilting up and to the right on many of these positions. Okay, look at VWAP. VWAP's tilting up and to the right now. Okay, it's going from flat to turning up. And where's price going? Price is going back above 4,300. Major resistance. Why is this major resistance? If you're a new member, you don't know what I'm talking about, look at the options that are trading right around 4,300 right there where my cursor is. Okay, you've got what? 200 million, 240 million in puts, delta, and you got 184 million in call delta at that level. It's down from last week because we had an expiration on Friday, but this is resistance. Now we're above it. The next level would be around 43.25 and then 43.50. And if we get through these levels, 4,400 would be a target. Wouldn't be surprised to see a charge higher. Okay, there goes SPY, S&P on the move. All right, so I hope that helped each of you for different reasons. Some of you for day trading, where we're looking for buy signals. We got the buy signals and the follow through. Some of you for longer term trends, what you're looking for on a weekly time frame, and some for investors. Okay, looking for TRBCX to continue to move higher. Growth is doing well, and New York FANG looks good. New York FANG. Let me go here and update this. New York FANG. Okay, well look at the wick underneath this candle. Okay, so we never came down to this lower trend line on this channel. We had the two peaks here, a lower high. We took that, brought down a parallel line, attached it to that pivot at 71.77, extended it out. Whenever a channel does not, the price action doesn't get down to the lower trend line, look for a substantial bounce. We were at 236. That looks good. We were off 9%, 10% last week. Now we're only off, 8.5%. Looking much stronger. Looking much stronger. Okay, we're off about 8.5% right now. Okay, so if we close above Friday's high, that would be huge. Huge. Look at stochastic MACD. These are set up primo. This is a nice little follow through. If you're just tuning in, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. If you're out on the West Coast and you just woke up, it's 9 o'clock. Get up lazy. I know it's a holiday, but the markets are open. The markets are open. New York FANG looks good. We know what the top 10 stocks look like. All right, these are top 10. Look at any one of these 10. If they're moving, you might want to think about a position. Apple's going. Okay, Apple's headed for 180. Apple is headed for 180. All right, here goes Apple. Apple looking good. Higher highs, higher lows. We've got a buy signal at 11, 11, 12. And then again, we got a buy signal after this little flag at 11:58, following through. All right, let me see what Josh is talking about here. All right, looking good. VWAP's tilted up and to the right. Look at the volume right there. Nice follow through. Okay, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to listen to what they have to say. I'm going to take the headset off.
The KBW is now nearing its lows for the year. At its lowest point, it was 38.44. That's the bank index. It's right back there. It's about 1% from the lows from after SVB. There are all kinds of name brand blue chip stocks that have already blown up this year. We talked about Target last week as an example of that. Disney's another example. We've got a lot of really big important stocks that are on their lows. They don't look like there's complacency everywhere. Maybe where there's the most complacency is in the FANG names, even today. And that's probably true. I would agree with him on that. But there's a lot of damage and destruction all over this market. It's just being masked by a couple of mega cap names that have held up really well.
Joe, as I said, this week we're going to mark what some suggest was the bottom. Others say we still might go back. That this is still been just a prolonged bear market bounce for stocks, not the start of a new bull market. We still have major issues. Earnings are not going to come anywhere close to what, the most optimistic projections suggest.
All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
Lag effects, all this stuff still hanging out there. How do you factor all that in?
I still think the biggest risk is if earnings disappoint tremendously. If earnings fall flat, if the Magnificent Seven don't deliver what the expectations might be, then I think the upcoming quarter is a quarter which will be volatile, and it'll be a quarter which will be inconsistent with what history suggests. And you've read the statistics. I agree with the statistics. I do believe the fourth quarter has the potential to be a strong quarter, not as strong as the first quarter or the second quarter rather. And I think the strength does come from the Magnificent Seven. What's interesting about all of this is we're going to learn very quickly how the Federal Reserve, with the knowledge of the horrific events in the Middle East, how they're thinking about the impact from that. You have a tremendous amount of Fed speak this week. Tomorrow, Bostic, Waller, Kashkari, Daly, they all have the opportunity to speak. And as the week progresses, you're going to hear from more and more in the Federal Reserve. And last week, we got a little bit of an indication that potentially maybe the Federal Reserve was beginning to pivot in their thought process. So if we get further indications that the Federal Reserve is pivoting, I think that's a nice setup for risk assets, and I wouldn't dismiss that possibility this week.
It seems to be because the move in rates has sparked that. You call it a pivot. I mean, what you're essentially referring to, people like Mary Daly, San Francisco Fed president last week, who said, well, the move in rates is really equivalent to a hike. And if, financial conditions remain tight now, credit conditions remain tightened, then we're probably high enough. Lori Logan, Dallas Fed, higher yields may mean less need to raise rates. So it seems like, Jenny, the Fed speaker after Fed speaker is kind of falling in line here with, look, we don't want to crush what we have here if we can actually pull this off. And the bond market has done a lot of our work for us.
I think that's right. And I think everyone I know on the investment side is kind of thinking the same thing. We're probably done with hiking. It'll probably plateau at this level for longer. I think the market is doing the work for the Fed. There's something interesting that Josh said before, which is about bond markets being closed today. And I was thinking about that a lot today, too, which is what we've seen in periods of huge geopolitical turmoil, right, is actually money floods into the U.S. So I wouldn't be surprised if when the bond markets open tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a little bit lower yield.
Get some buying?
I think so. And so between yes, they're higher and that's good, right? But if they start to quietly in a orderly way drift down, that's good too. So I think the bond market is going to start to be something that's supportive and less jarring and less disruptive to equities.
Bond futures are already suggesting that. Remember, bond futures are open today, and bond futures are saying tomorrow morning we're going to see lower yields.
All right. So we will see. Now, a move that we didn't get to, you did not, or you haven't been on since, I don't remember what the case is. You sold NVIDIA.
I did.
Can you take us through the thought process there?
Yeah.
Why you did that?
It was not a big position, right? Because I'm not going to have a big position at those levels. I've been in and out of it. And given my cautious view in the market, I just thought that the momentum trades are going to suffer, and that being momentum trade. I'm also struggling to see who the marginal buyer is for a trade. On a long-term basis, I don't really care who the marginal buyer is. The story will take care of buyers. But on a short-term basis, I was in there for a short-term basis because I'm not going to talk about the quality of the company, clearly high quality, clearly innovative, clearly a leader in AI chips. But I don't know what the double ordering is. I also believe, and we see it, not just believe, Microsoft coming out with their own chips, Apple, Meta. So I don't know how it's going to shake out. The point is, with every top fund wanting to show they own NVIDIA and disclose it quarter end, and lots of other funds as well, again, I just thought the risk reward was unattractive as a trade at that point.
But you don't believe in the flood of money coming into mega caps between now and the end of the year? Joe's kind of banking on that.
I do. But I asked myself,
well, how can you believe both? How can you believe that NVIDIA, well, who's the buyer, but then I believe money's going to come into the mega caps? How does that square?
It's very simple. Meta at 16 times next year. Okay? Microsoft, which I believe will benefit far more from NVIDIA, which ultimately would be a commodity play, the AI chip, okay, benefiting much more. So how many do I have to own? I can't own all of them. I'm only the ones that I think can perform
well, Joe bought the Qs
for a long time. Good for Joe.
No, but I'm saying that's how you own all of them. Like you're sort of expecting that there's going to be a rush of money and a chase for performance between now and the end of the year into the mega caps.
Right. So our
not
job,
select mega caps, which may be the case.
Right. So our job as active managers is to pick the stocks that are going to outperform the indexes. Otherwise, you don't need an active manager, right? So it's good to supplement your ownership with Qs on big
investments. Those active managers have really knocked the ball out over the fence for the last
years. They failed for a long time. But I'm not them. So I own my biggest positions. UNH is my largest position, followed by Meta, followed by Microsoft.
I own Google. I own Amazon. I don't think I have to own Apple. I don't think I have to own NVIDIA because everybody else in the world owns it. So I try to be valuation conscious.
You should own Apple. It's up every day since it got downgraded last week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to hire you as my deputy portfolio manager.
You'll
So you have so much spare time.
Apple.
Right, if we want to add the Apple. So I can't add anything to Apple. Nobody can. Nobody can analyze Apple. Their management doesn't talk to you. So not that
Nobody
Microsoft
can analyze Apple. I mean, it's not like some black hole where you can't.
Apple exists, okay, at the pleasure of the telcos because they subsidize the buying of it. If the telcos, and they've talked about it, I don't see it near term, ever go away, then instead of those phones being free to a consumer, they're $1,500. You've seen the cycles for replacing them extend.
All right. Well, you've owned Apple many, many times throughout the years where those same issues would have been in your mind, but you've owned it before.
Scott, let me repeat. I'm not an index manager. I'm not going to own indexes.
I didn't say you had to own indexes.
Okay. Well, that's what you're saying.
I said we're talking about Apple.
You basically said, why don't you own Apple?
You're saying you don't. No, I didn't say why don't you own Apple. You're saying I don't own Apple because it remains at the mercy of the telcos.
It's
it's remained at the mercy of the telcos. It's always existed then.
It's overvalued.
Well, see, we finally got to the point.
No, we said it's overvalued. I've made that point multiple times. I'm sorry you don't recall, but I'll jog your memory. It's overvalued.
You owned Apple when the valuation was half of what it is now. Now it's overvalued, but then it wasn't. Come on, Weiss.
Let me just repeat that. You owned Apple when the valuation was half of what it is now. Correct. Now I don't own it because it's double that. Correct. It's overvalued.
Yeah, but you used to say the same thing about. You used to say.
What's the growth? Tell me, what's the growth in revenues and earnings been over the last
years? I give you credit. Usually when you hate on Apple, you do it as a shareholder. You do it as a shareholder. Now you don't own it.
I've got nothing against anybody wanting to own Apple. It's not what I choose to own. I think there's better long-term performance in not a consumer product company, but in a technology company like Meta, like Google, like Microsoft. That's where I think I'll outperform Apple over the long term.
So you don't think Microsoft is too expensive at 30 times or whatever it is?
I do, but I've owned it for a while. I'm not selling it. And if I sell it, I'm basically taking the value. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to be down 50% because I think it's going to decline 50% because I've got to pay taxes. So I'm prepared to own it. Microsoft's going to unleash a whole new slate of products in January through the year. They'll take advantage of AI. You're going to have to buy their products. You're going to have to renew their subscription, and those subscription prices will go higher. So Microsoft is the number one beneficiary of AI. Let me repeat that. Number one, not NVIDIA, with an enduring subscription model. That's why I own Microsoft. And that's why I prefer to be cheaper. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Carrie Firestone over the weekend, and she said, what are you going to do next week? She said, I'm hoping the market gets crushed so that I can buy more Microsoft and Meta. As big positions as they are, I would add to it.
Okay. All right. Are we supposed to take you want to take a break? You take a break? All right, we'll take a quick break. All right, Nelson Peltz coming up. Taking aim at Disney again. The activist investor increasing his stake in the company is another proxy fight looming there. We'll find out how the committee is navigating that trade. We'll do it next.
asset.com.
All right, we're back. And so is Nelson Phelps. He's up to stake in Disney. Take a look at the stock. We made it our chart of the day. Stock is up 1.5%, as you see. Said to now have, Jenny, 30 million shares worth $2.5 billion.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Might seek multiple board seats, including one for himself. Probably looks at the shares being down 17% in the past 6 months. More dramatic over a longer period of time, of course. So, as a shareholder, what do you think about this?
It makes me wonder if he's looking at it the same way we are, which is there were a couple of reports, industry reports out recently too. And one of them was Barclays, and Barclays said they're still looking for a bottom. But when we look at it, we think Disney's found its bottom, and here's why. Market cap is $150 billion, right? The parks earn $10 billion, generate $10 billion of operating income. So the entire share price is trading at 15 times just the parks. That's not counting streaming. That's not counting ESPN. There is value to those, however you cut it. And it's interesting, too, because you say down 17% in a year. That's absolutely
No, 6
true.
months.
6 months, sorry. But if you look at the consumer stocks, so you look at Nike, McDonald's, Home Depot, Starbucks, those are all down between 18 and 8% on the year. Disney's down 4%. So I actually think maybe it has found a bottom.
You're really comparing it to those companies in terms of thinking where the stock is going to go? This is like a singular...
No. All I'm saying is if you look at consumer, the fact that it's not down as much as those, which have operated a lot better year to date, just says to me, oh, I actually would have, given everything in retrospect, I would have thought it would be down more. So only down 4% and thinking about $150 market cap on $10 billion of income just from the parks makes me think it probably is at the bottom. So,
All right, we ran up right up to supply and got rejected.
let's figure out what the real price of ESPN is. Let's figure out when and where there is value in streaming again. That just adds to that 10 billion, right? And makes the multiple a lot less. So that's my guess. Is he saying this thing is completely bottom? Let's start to build off of this.
I mean, when you see this news as a shareholder, are you like, okay,
Well,
that's,
you know
this
what I
is
did?
good.
Yeah.
Good to have him back.
So that's my knee-jerk reaction. And so what I did this morning was I looked up his record when he's taken activist positions in other stocks, and it hasn't really juiced. Everything he's taken in activist position in the past 5 or 10 years hasn't really been juiced to the degree that I hoped it would. So I'm on the train coming in, looking this up, hoping that I'm going to come and say to you, yeah, and when he entered this and that, like they all skyrocketed at 200%, but that wasn't the case. So I look at his involvement with optimism, but not wild enthusiasm. It's a big ship to turn. I'm glad he's there. I'm glad he's making a mark, and I mean, he's a super brilliant investor. So I like that he's in the same lane that I am, but I don't know that he's going to be able to drive a 200% or 100% return in short order.
I'm not taking a position here. To the level that it has fallen in the third quarter. So I don't know that he ever went away. I think he was satisfied in terms of where the price was last February, and certainly he announced that. But until the business itself is able to, however you want to describe it, transform itself, however the business is able to get to the place that Nelson Peltz and others want to see Disney be, when you see the stock fall, you need to know that the Peltz put is there.
Weiss, what did you say?
What is the Peltz put? I don't understand.
Peltz put is increasing his stake from $1 billion to $2.5 billion.
But how much capital do you think he has?
Call him and ask him.
Well, I thought you knew because you said this Peltz put is it?
No, you're the one asking that question.
I'm asking.
How should I know how much capital Nelson Peltz has?
I'm not criticizing. You said it's a Peltz put.
Okay, here's the thing.
Jenny, excuse me.
But a Peltz put, Stephen, means that he's active in the market at a certain valuation. That's all I'm saying.
But you can see how much capital he has, number one. It's not unlimited capital. He's still a portfolio manager running a fund. You still got to have some, have some risk management skills. I don't think you can count on Peltz continuing to buy with deep pockets, a la Warren Buffett, support the stock. Number one. Number two, I don't know how much value you assign to streaming. It's losing money with no road to profitability in sight. Look at how long it took Netflix to get there. I think that the risk of but Jenny, let me finish.
But Jenny points out, like the value person looks at Disney and says, to the point Jenny made, that it's only being valued on the theme parks, right? And that the success of the theme parks, that it has much more to offer than just the theme parks. That they can.
All right, with VWAP up and to the right, we're looking for higher lows and higher highs. Right now, we ran into resistance, and we're looking for a higher low. Let's zoom out to the 15-minute chart. Been on a buy signal since 11:15. Ran right into resistance. Expected.
So he's a quality CEO, but I'm glad you have fresh eyes here. Hopefully something happens.
And that's what I thought Joe meant. The fresh eyes is what I thought Joe meant by the put. I didn't think Joe said that.
The put can be financial.
Right.
The put can come from the perspective of fresh ideas. That's what the put is.
Josh.
He's active.
Josh.
That's what I thought.
Josh. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Team Weiss on this one. I don't think we've had the washout yet. I do think there's a little bit of amnesia here. Nelson Peltz already fought a proxy battle with Disney, and the end result is the stock dropped 25%. It lost a quarter of its market cap after Peltz backed down. Why did he back down? Because Iger laid out a plan to reduce costs by $5.5 billion. Mission accomplished. They've done that. They've shaved $5.5 billion off in annual costs. Guess what? Didn't matter, because to Steve's point and to Joe's point, there still has to be a transformation here. That's the thing hanging over the stock. Nelson Peltz doesn't even have a crack at getting nominees on the board until January. It's October. So nothing is happening here from a proxy standpoint.
You know what? Well, maybe your point, the most important, well, you said it, the most important thing that has to happen is a succession plan, a credible one, I guess, this time.
No, they have to solve ESPN. It's a melting.
I know they got to solve that, but still, they need to figure out who's going to take over for Iger. They need to figure out who's going to take over for Iger, right?
We know who's going to take over for Iger. They're already there. He brought them back. Iger bought their consulting firm. Yes, that's resolved.
Oh, okay.
The real issue.
News is broken.
This is widely known. All of the podcasts on Talk have been talking about this for 2 months. He bought out the consulting firm to bring the two heirs apparent back into the fold. But that's not the thing. The thing is, they had a cash cow. Sorry, guys. They had a cash cow. It was reaching 100 million homes. They were getting paid whether or not people watched it. It was one of the most profitable businesses in the history of media. And that business no longer has 100 million households. It's like more like in the 70s, headed toward the 50s. And the rates that they were getting on the ads is not coming back either. It's a huge problem. It's what's overhanging the stock. The parks business is not the issue. And I think if Iger could solve that, the succession can wait. I don't know what Peltz can do here. He's got 30 million shares now. Granted, he's coming bigger than he did last time. We know that Iger is willing to listen because he listened the first time. But is Nelson Peltz, who's had a ton of success in consumer packaged goods, in food companies, soft drinks, fast food, is that the right person to help Iger figure out how to dispose of this asset before it loses even more value this year, next year? That's the problem with Disney. I don't think I have the solution, but I agree with Weiss. We still haven't really seen the washout. Where we could be wrong is if he pulls off an amazing transaction for ABC, the linear TV networks, and ESPN inside the next 6 months. It's just hard to imagine what it's going to be. Who is the buyer and why?
What if he spins off the streaming business with embedded contracts with their production and make it a good bank, bad bank type situation? So you just need imagination.
I suppose it's possible.
Yeah. So I agree with you. Peltz is not the guy. He's not a media guy, but he wants to put multiple nominees on there. Let's see who those nominees are.
Sure, but I mean, just because he's as you said, a packaged goods genius, and he's had an amazing career based on on that, and he has
Performance
less
overall has
experience.
not
He has
been
less
tremendous.
experience in media. Doesn't mean that he couldn't offer. I mean, is it possible he actually could offer like reasonable things in the boardroom?
He's a smart businessman. Of
course.
course he could. Okay, but that's not necessarily enough, and it doesn't necessarily mean the provider and the board's going to listen to him as an outsider. So it remains to be seen. They still, let's not forget, balance sheet's not tremendous. Still a lot of debt. Now throw off cash flow.
Just finishing up lunch, guys. I'm here with you. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. It's Monday, the 9th of October, 12:35 on the East Coast. Give me a couple more minutes. I'll be right back.
Hey, Scott. All right, here's your CNBC News update at this hour. Israel has ordered a, quote, complete siege of the Gaza Strip and has called up to 300,000 reservists to counter the Hamas-led invasion and attacks that began Saturday. It's the largest ever call-up of reserves in Israel. Israel's defense forces said that between Saturday and Monday morning, over 1,200 targets were hit by Israeli aircraft. And that today, that number doubled. The Palestinian Ministry of Health says the only hospital in the northeastern part of the Gaza Strip is out of service after the Israeli counterattacks in the area. The ministry says emergency crews can no longer get in and out of the area because of extensive damage. And Israelis lined up across the country today at supermarkets concerned about supply shortages in the midst of the fighting. Meanwhile, the UN World Food Program is calling for the creation of humanitarian corridors to bring food to civilians in Gaza. Halftime report returns after this.
And we're back on the half. Let's get to Bob Pisani now with today's ETF edge. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Scott. Is interest in crypto fading? Last week, 9 Ethereum futures ETFs were launched, but their debut has been underwhelming. Low volume, low assets under management. Let's talk with Rick Edelman, founder of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals. former head of Edelman Financial Engines. Rick, before we get to crypto, you were for many years Barron's #1 independent financial advisor in the country, ran Edelman Financial. What do you tell investors who might be rattled by these terrible events in Israel?
Well, first of all, our hearts and prayers go out to everybody in Israel. This is just a horrific situation. And everybody has a typical, I think, knee-jerk reaction, the world's coming to an end. That was Wall Street's initial reaction at the opening. And then a while later, everybody realizes, the world isn't coming to an end, at least not at the moment. And that's the attitude we need to remind ourselves, Bob, is that shocks to the system occur from time to time, as horrible as they are from a humanity perspective. But it shouldn't alter your investment strategy. If you have enough cash reserves and you have a long...
Yeah, as far as shocks to the system, we started off the day in a negative gamma situation. We're trying to get to a positive gamma situation, which should be easier to absorb shocks like what happened over the weekend in Israel and currently happening. So right now, the way I started the day, I was just looking for direction. We got a little bit of a follow through up and to the right. We're running into some resistance now. VWAP's starting to flatten out again. We got a lower high. Intraday, we have a higher high, but compared to Friday's high, we have a lower high. So we need to see another higher low print here. And for price to take out 43.25, 43.30. Above 4,300 is a good thing. Above 4,300 is noteworthy and a good thing. So we want to see price action stay up above this level. Could move back down to VWAP. So we're on watch at the moment to see how the week starts. How we finish would be even better if we can be above 4,300 or 43.25 by the end of the day. Other developments, the spiders have a second yellow bar. Momentum is shifting from the lows. We have the number of stocks trading by their 50-day above 20% now. NIMO is trying to cross through zero. It's at -9 at the moment. We off the highs of the session, but looks like momentum could and might continue. We see more stocks starting to firm up and more breadth improvement. NASDAQ 100 is about 50% green, 50% red, being led by all of the security names like Okta, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks, NetEase. We also see Charter Communications, Workday, Pinduoduo in the top 10, along with Old Dominion Freight. A little bit more selling back to 4,300. Gorgeous day out today. Sunny fall weather. All right.
That people get stuck on as dividend investors is that they think when they're buying dividend companies, they're buying sleepy, slow, steady, tried and true. They're not going to have any volatility. The reality is they're still stocks and they trade up and down with the market, shaking people out. And sometimes kind of.
All right. So if we can manage to hold on to 4,300 to start the week, we could start to build some blocks to higher prices. We lose 4,300, start to pull back towards 4,275 support, 4,200. That becomes more of an issue. So price action is going to dictate what we do. FANG stocks are starting to see a bid.
They overlap, obviously. But you do have others. ONEOK, Triple N REIT, Organon, Whirlpool.
Right. So ONEOK is a midstream company, just like Enterprise and Energy Transfer. So I like those. But all of these companies have also, to his point, increased dividends over the years. So ONEOK's increased the dividend for 11 years. Triple N, which used to be National Retail Properties, and they just own big box stores like 7-Elevens and Wawa's. They have 99.5% occupancy, super long-term leases. Whatever's going on in this crazy world really doesn't impact them. They've increased that dividend for 34 years. Verizon's increased it for 17. Organon actually spun off of Merck recently, so they're just paying that. They haven't started increasing it yet, but they think they'll increase it in the 5% range going forward. And then you have Whirlpool that's increased the dividend for 13 years. So I think he's really right about that because it proves. It doesn't just show, it proves the financial health of these companies.
You want to give me quickly, Joe, a couple of names that you like?
Absolutely. Dividend growth is key. If you can find a large cap company that's growing at 10% average over the last 5 years, this company Aptly is one of those companies. Dividend growth over the last 5 years of 12%. 20 plus dividend growth S&P companies over the last 5 years. Cintas and Tractor Supply.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and then Mike Santoli joins us on the other side with his midday word.
All right, so just waiting for the markets to give us some sort of trend confirmation. FANGs, we just saw a little bit of short covering there. Some stocks are moving, mostly in aerospace and defense, pharmaceuticals, oil and gas, energy. Communications had some nice productivity today. Software stocks, telecom. Junk bonds managing to be a bit higher. If we can get back above 90, 92 would be great on junk bonds. That's a positive development. We'd like to see IWM and IBB pushing a bit higher. Looks like they're creating a higher low. All right. So looking at gasoline prices, crude oil dropping off over the last couple of weeks. CRB index. The CRB index, commodities pulling back, a little bounce today. The dollar back up to 106. Inside day, if you're bullish, you want to see the dollar pull back a bit. 10-year yield near session lows. 10-year yield. Is the bond market open today? VIX.
The longs have been looking for here, Alex, and basically, yeah, I mean, as I mentioned here, this move.
All right, Zscaler price target raised over at Barclays from 176 to 190. Zscaler, of course, very strong price action. Even before Barclays raised its price target to 190, Zscaler was already starting to tick higher on Friday. You got CrowdStrike on the move. Okay, you got Palo Alto, Okta having a huge candle Friday, followed by today's candle of equal size. All right, so you know what stochastic's going to look like. Stochastics turning higher tells you to look for prices closing in the upper half of the daily range, in this case at the high of the day, showing strength off the 200-day moving average, RSI rising. Do not buy it at the high of the day right here. If you're going to buy it, wait until tomorrow, or if we get any kind of dip, I don't think that's going to happen, but any kind of dip, I'd look for a potential entry. The weekly, we can see where resistance is overhead. So you've got a few bucks starting to turn the corner. Mark up. 10 EMA is turning up. Other stocks in the group that have been doing well, or other stocks today that have been doing well. Aerospace and defense like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. Big moves higher. Don't buy the high of the day. All I'm telling you is that look for entries in the next couple of days. These should work out. Okay, Raytheon, RTX. Okay, still on a downtrend. Need that to turn. Pharmaceuticals, Eli Lilly, shining. Very nice. Novo Nordisk did pull back a bit today. Inside day, looking for a push higher next week, or tomorrow, sorry. Tomorrow, looking for a follow through this week. Stochastic MACD turning, RSI is trying to stay above 50. All right, Merck also had a nice move today, extending its move from last week. On Tuesday, Wednesday, this turned. Okay, let's go see what's working here. Amgen, Walgreens, coming out of a base, Walgreens. Okay, so Walgreens, you see the length of this volume by price band here? Okay, if this continues and starts to turn up over the next several weeks, Walgreens Boots Alliance. I didn't know who Boots was for a while until years ago. Found out that they're they're like a drugstore, similar kind of thing in the UK. Is that right? I don't know. Some of you from the UK. Anyway, these two teaming up together several years back. It's at the lows, basing, looking for this to turn at some point. Nothing there. What about CVS? CVS, by comparison. Basing since May. Okay, this looks a little further along. So this is flattened out. Moving averages are all flat. They're no longer down and to the right, flattening out. At some point, this is going to turn up and to the right. Rite Aid, RAD. This was a penny stock, looking for that to turn back up towards The 200-day, the 50-day. Not interested, but watching that one. Albertsons, was it Albertson, ALB, Albertsons? They have Albemarle. What's Albertsons? Albertsons. They're on the near the West Coast, right? ACI. Okay. Did they have drugstore in theirs? All right. Bouncing at the 50-day. This looks good. Speaking of bouncing at the 50-day, Airbnb. I like the way that one looked on the 200-day. Looking for that to follow through. Airbnb. Next couple of days, I'm going to be watching this one. All right, let's see what the FANG stocks are doing. I see a couple of signals popping up on my screen. Okay, Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon. Okay, 21-day, touching the 200-day. Need price action to get a move on here. Amazon. Apple. All right, so we're just sitting here, Apple, sideways since earnings on the gap down. Starting to turn, getting close to 180. I'll probably roll up my covered calls to 185s. Always looking for a credit. Apple, let's see, NVIDIA off a little bit today. NVIDIA. All right, but it's trending back up in the right direction. AMD. Okay, so today is mostly about aerospace, defense, security stocks, energy, some industrials. If we look at this is telling you right here to be cautious, and let's wait for maybe Tuesday. Okay, maybe we'll get better results on Tuesday. You can see what's green. Energy, dark green. That's telling you it's up. These stocks are up more than 3% on the day. All of these stocks in the energy sector. Utilities looking a little better, bouncing last week. Real estate looks a little better. Industrials are improving. Some of the technologies looking better, and communications. Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. But generally, not enthusiastic about today's trading environment. All right, so what else do I want to talk about here? All right, so S&P, let me just watch this for a few minutes. Rest my voice. Not going anywhere. I'll be right here with you.
That took us below the opening of that gap that formed around the Uber Eats announcement there. So really there's some significant horizontal levels on this chart here. We can see that we've got a marked, horizontal levels to watch here, some that really stand out, especially too, if we keep falling a little bit lower, 332 right around here represents some old lows and some highs there as well. So that's about where we stopped earlier today, or yesterday, Friday as well. That's where we made some intraday lows just below that level and then recovered a little bit.
Okay, so recently bottoming out around 332, but here you can see on this chart, we've seen some conviction, right, to the upside gap.
All right, we want to stay above 4,300. If we can close above Friday's high, that would be even better.
Let's take a step back and look at some of the momentum we've seen off that well into this 330 level.
SMCI, Super Micro, looking for the bounce to follow through. VWAP is starting to tilt up SMCI on the watch list. Okay, super micro. Seems like the next level is to take out 298 and then head for 357. Super micro, look at that volume. That's institution. So if they're not worried between 240 and 290, I wouldn't be worried either. If you got anything last week, looking for a follow through in super micro.
Yeah, momentum priced and in the RSI in this instance.
Yeah, definitely, Ben. So taking a look at support and resistance next, we can see here, I zoomed in a little bit on our chart. I added our volume profile study here. We can see that this level right here, this green dashed line near about, what was it, 333 or so, that
Right where we stopped.
Yeah, exactly. That's about where we stopped.
All right, just watching the FANG stocks, trying to assist. Remember, 20% of stocks are above the 50-day, more than 20% now. So as more stocks add in, their influence will look for a follow through. All right, we're looking for a higher high.
Beyond that, we've got our purple 252-day EMA to attempt to recapture near 360.
I like this third chart. I think it's a reflection and kind of a combination of the other two, right? The RSI, the momentum we're seeing to the downside, and when it gets out of whack like that, sometimes you do look to those standard deviations to look for an area of support or an area where the market might pause and kind of regain composure. Let's bring Alex in to trade this name and take a look at, well, how do you approach a stock that's seeing momentum like this to the downside, and then again, to some key areas that Rick just pointed out.
Earnings on the calendar this week, Ben, and one thing that options trading strategies afford an investor or trader to do is introduce neutral as a potential strategy, and that's what we've done here. A couple of the levels that Rick had mentioned really stuck out to me. One for the downside around 333, and also this 350 level really sticks out to me as a key level to watch to the upside. And that's the one that we centered here as a key strike in selecting this iron butterfly. What is an iron butterfly? Well, it's selling a straddle. So we start with selling that 350 straddle, and then we look to buy wings. Well, the market maker move suggests upwards of a $22, $25 move throughout the rest of this week, particularly around that event. This is an expensive stock in terms of stock price. We had to make the wings quite large to get anywhere near that market maker move. And so I made $25 wide wings here on this particular iron butterfly. That allowed for the trader investor to potentially get up to $17 as a credit. That $17 credit allows for a $34 window between break evens. 333, that's where that comes in, that level of support.
All right, another lower high. We need a higher high. And need to stay above 4,300.
Beyond our long strike. So below 325, above 375, simply taking that $25 wide spread, net of the $17 Bucks, Domino's Pizza, wings. If we hadn't had lunch before the show, you'd probably be able to hear my stomach grumbling right about now. Let's check in with Rick Ducat on shares of PEP because much like Domino's, we've seen some weakness here as well.
Definitely. We're down about 19% from the yearly highs. Here, 197 or so right here. And it's been a notable move to the downside for this consumer staples name. You don't really see these big swings in these stocks. We had a notable drop off on Thursday. But backtracking.
Come on, guys. Let's push this market a bit higher. Most stocks are moving sideways.
And then we had this big drop off once we crossed below the 167 level. Now, if we look back over here a little bit, you can see this 167 level was where we had the lows after this earnings gap. It's about where we bottomed out.
All right. So what I'm thinking right now is that if we can manage to stay above 4,300 here, we have a potential to get back to 4,400. We're going to run into some resistance levels. We have gamma at that level as well. You can see 4,400 right here. Puts and calls. The blue are puts. The orange are calls. We have another level, 4,350. So we're looking for price to get back to 4,400. 4,350 is going to be resistance, and then 4,400. The top of this trend line of this channel, either we get rejected or we break out. The 50 days right there too, the green line. So we got a lot of overhead resistance. I'm not being that aggressive only because I can see what the markets are doing. The markets are still in a downtrend until they're not. I'm hoping that this 12-week pullback is going to break to the upside during the seasonally stronger months of the year. So that's my thinking at this point. No need to be aggressive until I see a follow through. This 6 weeks, October 1st through November 15th, we've already had one so-so week. We did manage to close green last week. We're looking for another weekly close higher. But we have a lot of resistance overhead. So I'm not going to be that aggressive until we can get like we're over here. See over here on the left when we had this downtrend and we started to break higher. Eventually we took out the high. We can get more aggressive up in here. And that's what I'm looking for. Looking for this trend to start developing. So we got to break above 4,400 for starters. It's a tall order.
I chose to include the standard deviation channels once again here. Just my own kind of anecdotal observations. Stocks usually tend to stay within -2 and +2 standard deviations here. You can see that we saw a bit of a chop right around this -2 channel here. That's the orange line here. But then once we gave up the ghost here, and once we fell below that support level, we didn't even pause at that -3 channel. We were much closer to winding up near the -4 channel here. So really quite an extreme move based on its own history. That's really what these standard deviation channels show us, how extreme the move is relative to its own price action in the past year here. So we can see that this move is significant. It's something that's heavy to the downside here. This also gives us a support point to watch near 155 resistance at our -3 channel that I circled earlier near 162. This red line there. And, you know, really, it's pretty tough price action right now. I mean, if we keep going lower, that'd be a whole other conversation.
All right, we're starting to push a bit higher. So it looks like you're looking for this time of day between 1:30, 2 o'clock. Generally, after 2 o'clock, we're looking for a break. If we start to move higher, that's institutions usually picking up shares. They'll look at the market in the morning. They'll gauge what they want to do in the evening. They'll buy or they'll sell. Not always, but we do look for this time of day to give us a direction. So this would be a nice setup going into tomorrow. If we finish at the high of the day, we can begin to think that, or can begin to anticipate that we'll see a follow through as we were just talking about. Okay, so we're starting to move higher. About to take out this high here. We'd like to see it above 43.25.
Well, very bearish narrative of the last couple months, right? With some of the diet drugs and what we've been hearing, some of the concerns associated with snacks. And I'd agree, maybe a little bit overdone. Maybe the selling has been a little bit too much ahead of the event. Definitely earnings to turn this around. Volatility elevated a little bit into the event as well, particularly with this sell-off. So something to think about as we go into earnings later on this week in Pepsi as well as Domino's. Coming up next, we're going to do FOMO. We're going to be focused on the big name making news today. That, of course, is Microsoft. News of an AI chip in the works. More on that right after this.
All right, we're starting to press the highs of the day.
You could think getting commission-free trades is as good as it gets, but you know better. At Schwab, free means more. You get commission-free online trades and quality trade executions on our powerful platform, plus the satisfaction guarantee. Expect more from your firm. Trade up to Schwab, the better place for traders.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, and free. Schwab Network. Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360. 11 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device, and available on all your favorite streaming services.
All right, here we go. Breakout. Breakout.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's market on close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
AMD triggering a buy.
Story time. Joining Ben and I now is going to be Kevin Green as we talk IPOs. IPOs continue to make news. I'd like to start here.
All right, AMD on a buy signal. I'm going to watch it for a few minutes, but looking pretty good. AMD moving above VWAP. Watch this price action right here. Should start to pull away from VWAP. All right, we just broke out on the SPY, new highs. Apple about to go here. Apple.
on Wednesday. We have seen these IPOs over the last couple of weeks here. You know, we usually don't see it trading right when the market opens. It can take some time, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours into the session before it actually starts to trade. We want to make sure that they have enough bids in the marketplace in order to cover the.
We got Google ripping here.
So very exciting to be able to see it. You know, the IPO.
Google's going.
The last couple of weeks, they kind of fizzled here a little bit, so it's kind of interesting to see Birkenstock still going through with this. But overall, it does signal that the IPO market is thawing out here a little bit, and that does give a little bit more of a bullish sentiment when it comes
Microsoft. Everything's getting bought.
High took alert plus 800.
Surprisingly, a German company that's been around for a long time, right? I mean, we were kind of joking around about it in the office here, but talk to us because there's got to be a lot of concern associated with the IPO market as of recent. Some of the concerns associated with just recent developments in terms of the geopolitical scene and risk appetite in general.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a little bit of a risk when it comes to the appetite within the marketplace for IPOs. I mean, if you do see IPOs that come out and then end up going down or going lower than their IPO price, that does cause a little bit of issues when it comes to confidence in the marketplace here. I think the biggest risk, Ben, is going to be the footwear space in general. Even though we saw some decent earnings from Nike about a week or two ago, we do know that the consumer themselves are really shifting towards experiences, really looking at other different brands or other lower price brands that are out there in order to fill their needs. And so I think that could be an area of potential risk when it comes to Birkenstock. But once again, I mean, at the end of the day, if they do have enough investors initially to be able to take it off the ground from an IPO standpoint, I think the underwriters are going to bring it to market. And man, that's usually what we do see. And hopefully this is going to be able to sustain itself from a pricing standpoint.
Point taken. Not a company, though, that's necessarily revolutionizing footwear. It's not one of these up-and-coming names. You're on a name we're going to talk about in the next segment. This is a name that's been talked about. It's been around for a long time, but potentially $10 billion valuation later on this week as it debuts on the NASDAQ or is expected to on Wednesday. BIRK. Burke is the symbol. So we'll be looking.
All right, Big's dropping off. SPY taking off to the upside. All right, we're about 55% green on the sectors, 55% green. NASDAQ 100 is about 50-50 still. NASDAQ 100 looking good.
Seen in terms of that shoe line and demand for that product that we could expect to see further advances there if things go well.
All right, nice follow through.
Continue, I guess, but it did sound like Kevin was talking about some of the concerns he has with some of those consumer trends.
Totally with you. I do wonder.
Applied materials showing up on the screen. Let me just check applied materials. Yeah, it's okay. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day. Okta having a good day. Okta. Big move on Okta.
Potentially a comeback could be a boost for Burke and Line. I'm excited to see what it does as the week rolls on. We'll get an idea for that risk sentiment. But let's just do a harsh transition here because I want to keep things moving. It's time for FOMO. Let's talk Microsoft. The stock has crossed into positive territory now as the overall market has gotten its legs under it. All four major indices in green territory now, even the NASDAQ and bond market holding firm as well. So kind of a nice day here brewing for equity bulls. And oftentimes, it's not always the case. You see green in NASDAQ, S&P down.
We'll be right back.
Got a good chance that you look over and you see Microsoft in green as well.
Yeah, Microsoft a major player, a pivotal player, I would argue, in terms of the tech-heavy NASDAQ. The indices in general, to Alex's point, I mean, it tends to be a pretty good indication of what the market's doing here. I did see that while the information reporting, citing a person with direct knowledge, said that Microsoft plans to unveil their first chip design for artificial intelligence at their annual developers conference. Now, that's going to be in November. It would obviously lessen Microsoft's reliance on the NVIDIA products, the AI chips, and keep in mind, they've seen supply shortages, they've seen spiking demand for those chips. The chip is designed for data centers, essentially, that are trained and or that train and run these large language models, software basically that's behind the AI features that we've been talking so much about, the ChatGPT, the open AIs. And, you know, I think of Microsoft kind of similarly what we were talking about at the beginning of the show, Alex, in terms of the NASDAQ hanging out, on the day right now, fractionally higher, just about 15,000, considering some of the headwinds that investors have been faced with, whether you're talking in the indices or some of these individual tech stocks. I mean, I think that they should consider current levels a win in many ways. You've got rates that are
High took alert plus 800.
levels. We've seen a huge run up with the market for the most part. I mean, one could argue is sustaining, right, holding these upper levels. So definitely, again, the narrative could change on a dime if we were to see yields continue to extend to the upside. But at these levels, I think it's a pretty positive narrative still.
I'm a chart skeptic at times here, Ben.
Carvana on the move. Carvana.
Can look and something changed in the middle of July. I mean, just basic, higher or lower highs, lower lows seems to be intact for this name, even when with its recent bounce the last few sessions since peaking out in the middle of July. Has any true technical damage been done yet, or is this just, as you kind of describe it, that vertical, that horizontal phases, or are we just in the most recent of these horizontal phases?
Alex, some of the price activity we've seen, and what stood out to me is how shares popped up the bottom back in the fall of last year, at the beginning of this year, down around 220. The stock rallied to a July high, just shy of 370, around 367. It's been mostly sideways.
Welcome back to the exchange. Chinese President Xi Jinping meeting with a bipartisan U.S. delegation today, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, in an attempt to stabilize ties between the U.S. and China. The meeting taking place after China reopened from its Golden Week holiday, and spending during that week came in strong, but real estate sales remained weak. And speaking of real estate, Evergrande debt holders releasing a statement earlier.
All right, I just rolled some covered calls down on Carvana from December 45s down to January 40s. I got a $3 credit, $300 per contract. I got 5 of those. So looking for IV to pick up again on Carvana and start trending. I'll roll them back up at some point. All right, we got another high tick alert.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, Dom. Certainly the economy is muddling through. It's coming back post-zero COVID policy removal. It's just coming back slowly that the Chinese government's not engaged in helicopter money. They've not sent free checks to people. So the economy is coming back. It's just coming back incrementally, supported by small incremental reforms. We're just not seeing the proverbial policy bazooka because they don't want to create the inflation and budget deficit like we're seeing here in the U.S.
There's also, Brendan, been points in market history over the course of the last couple of decades where when China does enact that kind of a policy, it's seen as a sign of weakness. In other words, they try to take steps to stabilize the situation by injecting liquidity, and people say, well, why?
All right, nice move. AMD also doing well.
What exactly is that dynamic like right now?
All right, we're about to take out Friday's high.
It's just not necessarily overheating the economy by overstimulating that. They're willing to understand it's an economic cycle, and the government is showing some proverbial patience by allowing the economy to come out of this trough. It's just, I think investors have a little bit of ADD, want more action faster, and that's maybe led a little bit of the disappointment, but I think it is coming back, and I don't think most people would think that K-Web actually beat the S&P 500 by almost 6 percentage points in Q3. Yes, it's one quarter. I'm just saying it's potentially the start of this bottoming process, and maybe Chinese equities rallying further.
How much should investors globally, here in the U.S. and in Europe, other places, be concerned about Evergrande?
Extreme high tick alert.
About some of the real estate issues happening there. Is this akin, and I'm just asking hypothetically, is this akin to what the U.S. saw with its own housing crisis back in 2007 to 2000.
All right, first, it's been kind of a boring day if you're, new to trading. We gapped down, we went sideways for 3 or 4 hours, and now we're starting to tilt up and to the right. VWAP is up and to the right. Why is that happening? Because institutions are obviously buying. They see what I see. A lot of people don't focus on money flow the way I've been, the way I've learned to follow it anyway. Tony Dwyer, Yukarowitz, many people talking about the same way of looking at the markets. When breath gets so bad, that's exactly when you need to start paying attention. Especially if you like to trade pivots. If you're looking for pivots, you always want to pay attention to what the S&P is telling you. Look at this. Look at the way this looks now compared to this morning. Okay, number of stocks trading above their 50-day at 22.5. This is a 5% improvement intraday.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer met with President Xi along with 5 other senators. They actually
All right, nice.
around what's this tragedy that took place in Israel. They actually reissued that statement on. I think if China, out of their own economic self-interest, would want to push a path because of their strong economic relationships with Israel, their dependency on commodities, many of which come out of the.
Oh man, we're going now.
Could play a bit of a role there, but unfortunately, we know that the next
Extreme high tip alert.
consequence of what's happened in Israel, what's their response? It's just going to be very unfortunate to see this proceed. What we know is
Nice.
Unfortunately, and as many of the people in finance there are reservists, and certainly, hopefully they stay safe as this unfortunate situation plays out.
Of course, our thoughts and prayers to everybody out there who's affected right now. Brent Maynard, Frank Chairs, thank you very much. All right, still ahead on the show, ARM scales back above. Shares are above back their IPO price at $51 a share, and the street is decidedly more bullish on the stock. It received at least 11 different initiations from Wall Street today, and all but one of them was rated a buy or some equivalent. We'll dig into that analysis and why analysts are so excited about ARM and why Masa Son, SoftBank, what he could be up to next. As we head to break, here's another check on the markets with stocks right now at session highs. The Dow is now 142 points to the upside. It erased a 154-point drop at one point today. The exchange will be back after this.
All right, looking really good. All right, I'm taking my headset off there. Just taking a break. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's a Monday. It's a holiday. We had to be patient. Had to be patient. Now we got it going. We got it going on like Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom's got it going on. You know that song, Stacy's Mom? Just popped in my head. Great song. Great song. Stacy's Mom. Yeah, that's a great song. I like it. Anyway, nice development. Nice development. Huge things going on underneath the surface. Most people are looking at one chart, maybe one stock, maybe the stock market, the S&P or whatever. They're not really paying attention to what's going on. And sometimes you can miss signals if you're not paying attention. I mean, it seems like an obvious comment, but a lot of people don't look at the markets the same way I've been educated to look at the markets. I really like people like Tony Dwyer, the late Marty Zweig, the late William O'Neill, Peter Lynch, of course, Buffett. But learn from these people, dispense with the things that don't work for you, and make your system your own. That's what I strive to do every day. Always perfecting entries, trying to cut my losses faster. Always looking for to better our trade. All right, so Carvana moving higher. I just rolled some calls down to the 40 strike for a $3 credit. Okay, so SMCI, friend, you took some off, trim some? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Meta, I believe, Scott Zell, you are in Meta, right, from Friday? Huge day on Friday. NVIDIA taking off. NVIDIA, big buy signal there. NVIDIA, buy signal following through. All right. AMD cruising higher. All right, so this looks a lot better.
And these came from the banks that were involved in underwriting the IPO. So they waited 25 days to publish.
Stacy's mom.
And it's interesting when you look at where the ratings. So
Got it going on. Stacy's mom.
now there's 14, and there's only one sell. It comes from Bernstein, which did not work on the IPO. One of the things I like to look at, Doc, is what does this mean for SoftBank, right? Because this is a company that's still 90%
Extreme high tick alert.
They have the most to gain if the price goes up.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful morning. Bum, bum, bum.
You can see now that Alibaba makes up just 0.1% of SoftBank holdings. ARM is the new crown jewel. It made up 12% in March of 22. It now makes up 22%, and it's publicly traded. So theoretically, Masa-san could lean on ARM to liquidate more of his stake to do more things for SoftBank. And we know, Dom, that he has said that he is going to be going on the investment offensive. He wants to invest in more artificial intelligence companies. So it'll be interesting what happens when the lockup period expires and what Masa-san and SoftBank wants to do with this stake.
Deirdre, what is going to be the biggest driver for ARM in the coming quarters and years? Is it AI? Is it automotive, IoT, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea why ARM has such a rich valuation compared to many others in the semiconductor space, a lot of the buy ratings, the notes, they talk about sort of the royalties that ARM gets.
High tick alert plus 800.
VIP, that's very important, but it needs more of a hold in the artificial intelligence space, different end markets. Right now, its biggest end market is smartphones. This is a saturated industry, so a lot of it does.
All right, let's stay up here and keep the markets at the highs.
Deirdre Bosa with today's tech check on ARM Holdings. Thank you very much. We'll see you later on today. All right, still ahead on the show, KeyBank seeing the dip in utilities as a buying opportunity, but says not every name is created equal. The firm actually downgrading this particular stock in the mystery chart more than 14% so far this month. The downside will reveal that stock and talk about some of the buys and sells behind that analyst call coming up next after the break.
Yeah. Rachel Hunter. Yeah. Wasn't she married? Wasn't she married to what's his name? Rod Stewart? Yeah. She's got legs. She's got legs. Knows how to use them. All right. S&P looks good. Netflix looking good. All right. So we're going to finish this at the highs, hopefully. I don't want to jinx it. We got a little bit more than 2 hours to go. It is 1:52 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. I trust you're having a good day. It was a little slow to go getting started. We went 3.5 hours before we got any kind of action, pulled away from VWAP, dipped around 3.5 hours ago, 4 hours passing, and now we're ripping to the upside. Okay, so some days you got to be patient. Look at how flat VWAP was this morning. And, if, like most people, when you see price action hit a high and then drop back down below VWAP and start testing the lows, you might start to get a little concerned or freak out or whatever. But whenever you see flat VWAP, just look at the average true range for the day. Look at price action as a doji or something along those lines, rather than a complete reversal and take out. Give it a little time, a complete reversal and take out the high of the day. All right, here's the S&P now. It's like, wow, what an improvement above 4,300, right? So if we can get above 43.25, 43.50 by the end of the day, that would be freaking awesome. Anybody take longs today? I did not. I didn't take anything on the S&P. I've just been looking to manage the carryover on some of my covered calls. Wasn't really looking at selling anything today. The security sector, software security, internet security, cloud-based security, all those stocks took off to the upside. Okta had a huge candle today to match Friday's candle. Look at that. That's a beauty. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Upgrading free energy names like DTE, CMS, and Centerpoint to overweight. Shares of all three are down between 10 and 20%, as you can see there this year. But downgrading Xterra Energy to sector weight. That was, by the way, our mystery chart that we showed you. So join
All right, hold on a second. The cat wants out.
rising rates are a problem when utilities are supposed to be those dividend payers that compete with bonds for income. How much are rising rates a problem for the utility sector?
High took alert plus 800.
Yeah, no, I think that interest rates for sure are oscillation problem for the utility sector, in the sense that the dividend yield competes with risk-free yield. But when we look at the valuation on the utility space, it is as cheap as it has been in well over a decade on any metric that we can see. Right, we look at it versus the S&P 500 versus the bond yields themselves, and we honestly have not seen such a dislocation in this sector pricing-wise in well over 10 years. So this is why we're confident recommending that investors get into the space right now. It was overpriced, we thought, going into the year, and I was on the show in December recommending people to not get into utilities on that basis, but right now we're seeing what I think is an excellent entry point for a number of high-quality names which we have upgraded.
Sophie, some investors have talked about this idea that higher interest rates are also problematic for certain companies with a lot of capital budgeting geared towards using debt. So if you're capital intensive like many utilities are, and you have a lot of debt on your balance sheet, that those rising rates at some point become a problem. Is that your view in this case here as well?
No, simply put, no. Utilities are entitled to recovery of their cost of the cost of capital by law, right? And so while there might be a lag in the timing of that recovery, depending on the utility and the jurisdiction, ultimately the rates will be passed on to the consumers, right? Through rates as utilities update their rates to rate cases as they go along.
And Sophie, which stocks we mentioned three of them that are your favorites? What's the common thread for those three?
So, given the way we see the valuation for the space, right, we just recommended investors focus on high quality names with minimal overhangs that are very attractively priced. And so this is the common theme, right? We think that CMS, DT, number of other stocks, Ameren, Excel, Wisconsin Electric, all are by Centerpoint in that mix are in fact very attractively priced, clean names with minimal regulatory overhangs and no potential negative catalyst on the horizon to speak of. So we feel pretty good recommending them at this point.
Okay, Sophie Karp at KeyBank with the call on utilities. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, well, that does it for here on the exchange. You can see right now stocks are at session highs. The Dow is up 173 points. It was down 154 at one point today. The S&P 500 currently up 0.5%, 23 points to the upside. 43.32 the last trade there. The NASDAQ composite up 46 points as well, 13,480. Keep it right here. Power Lunch is coming up right after this quick break. Here.
Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Alongside Morgan Brennan, I'm Tyler Matheson. Coming up, stocks are now higher, highs of the day, after initially falling to start the week after Hamas attacks Israel and Israel declares war in response. We will get the latest news on this conflict and look at the many ways this is affecting the world and the markets. Morgan.
All right, well, let's check in on the markets because we've seen a major midday Monday reversal. As you can see, all the major averages are trading higher today with the S&P up 0.5%, the Dow up 0.5%, and the NASDAQ even higher as well. We're seeing a big reaction in the price of oil today, too. That is up 4%.
Okay, sorry, I got stuck on this. I was looking at something else here. S&P, all right, starting to peak out a little bit. Okay. Netflix, everything's doing okay. Good job. Meta up to the high of the day. Meta. Nice looking chart. Meta.
All right, Morgan, thank you very much. Let's begin today with a bit more now on the human impact of this war. NBC News' Josh Letterman is in London for us with all of the latest. Josh.
Well, the death toll among Israelis has now climbed to at least 800, according to Israelis, including those 9 American citizens that the United States confirmed earlier today were among those that have been killed. And on the Palestinian side, the Gaza health authorities are now saying that at least 560 people have been killed, with some 2,900 people injured. Now, throughout the day, we've seen the Israeli military conducting strikes within the Gaza Strip, demolishing various buildings, including homes that they say are associated with Hamas leaders. And just in the last few minutes, we heard from the Al-Qassam brigades. This is the militant wing of Hamas responding to those Israeli strikes. And they say from now on, every time Israel strikes a home in Gaza without warning, Hamas is going to kill one of the Israeli hostages that is taken. So that is a warning, essentially, from Hamas, not for Israel not to conduct any strikes in Gaza without warning. They're going to kill one of those American hostages. We are also awaiting a speech any moment from Prime Minister Netanyahu that is expected to lay out a bit more about how Israel is going to respond. Because while we've seen those airstrikes, we have not yet seen an Israeli ground incursion into the Gaza Strip, which is widely anticipated. Earlier today, the defense minister of Israel saying that they are conducting a full siege of the Gaza Strip, meaning no food, no water, no electricity going into that strip. He says they are fighting against killing animals, and they are going to behave as such.
All right, Josh, thank you very much. Josh Letterman reporting for us from London. Thank you.
The war in Israel having a huge impact on oil. Let's bring in Pippa Stevens now. Pippa. Yeah, so up 4% today, although still below that $90 level on WTI. Now, it's important to note here that neither Israel or Palestine is a major producer of oil. So we're not going to see any type of short-term supply disruption. However, the risk here is that there's escalation in the Middle East, and especially when it comes to Iran. Now, Iran has increased its exports by about 500,000 barrels per day over the last year. The U.S. has largely turned a blind eye as they brought more oil back to the market. A lot of that's going to China. However, if Iran is seen to be involved in the attacks over the weekend, which U.S. officials have not yet confirmed, then it becomes increasingly difficult for the U.S. to turn a blind eye. And so then, of course, there's also the Strait of Hormuz, which about a little bit less than 20% of global oil passes through that every single day. And so the risk here is that we could see, if this escalates and if we see more fighting, this could ultimately disrupt oil supplies.
How much Iranian oil is reaching the market today? It is still under sanction, but that is not to say that it does not get out and get to people who are willing to trade for it.
Yes, they produce about 3.2 million barrels per day, and about 2 million barrels per day of that is exported primarily to China. But as we've seen over the last year, these markets are very global. And so even if that is sanctioned, even though it's not going to the U.S. will still see our prices increase, because if then it's not going to China, China's going to be buying from somewhere else, and it reduces global supply. And so this is a global spread that then if the U.S. does come down harder on Iranian exports, then oil prices could rise to the tune of, more than $10 according to annual Bow. Okay, and of course we know supply is already arguably tight right now. Pippa, stay right there, because we're going to also bring in for more reaction on the oil market Kevin Book. He's the managing director of research at Clearview Energy Partners. Kevin, great to have you on.
That's a good point, Grant.
Is the bottom in now for oil?
Well, I think it would be about time to assume that prices are going to keep falling when you have a war breaking out in the Middle East. Generically, that tends to be bullish.
Okay. So we were just talking about it with Pippa, but the role that Iran may or may not be playing in all of this, the fact that we had seen this potential normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, there was an expectation perhaps that Saudi was going to reverse some of its cuts in the oil market as well. Game out for me how this could play from the supply side when we know the demand, at least right now currently, is there.
There's at least 3 different ways. The one you mentioned, of course, was a distant one. The possibility that normalization could bring a Saudi chapeau, or at least some leniency, answering the call when Washington rang.
Nice work there, Frano.
But more imminently, the discretionary enforcement or alleged discretionary enforcement of sanctions on Iran seems like it's going to be a lot harder
White House losing political space for that in the wake of even just tangential involvement from Iran. Second, the opportunity for this to spread, of course, could include the pressure that we bring on Iran, if we do bring pressure, that plays out in the form of attacks.
All right, looks like we're going to take out the high of the day.
So, as Pippa mentioned, the Strait, but also producing facilities, other tanker traffic in the region. And then third, there's of course the high-end escalation risks, attacks on Iran itself, attacks on producing sovereigns.
We're going to talk about that a little bit with our next guest, but let me ask you this. Back in 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, or in the aftermath of that, that became the time when oil embargoes and oil production freezes affected the world. Is there a possibility that we could relive that moment in time, or is the market so dynamically different today than it was then that that is not the risk it was then?
The market is still susceptible to all kinds of perturbations, so I don't think we should be complacent about any of those things. History has changed a little bit. The Abraham Accords have aligned, or at least partially aligned, some of the producers who might otherwise be part of an embargo. There are questions, yes, about how the Arab Street reads a muscular Israeli attack on the Gaza Strip, and that too brings back some historical questions. But the other side of that too, I think, is that when we look at the dynamism of the market, we also have producers who are funding big transition and domestic funding programs at home, probably looking at interoperability with the West, security guarantees. There's a lot of other issues here besides just talking about oil.
Yeah, and that's actually where I want to turn with you, Pippa, and that is the role that domestic players play on the global stage now, because unlike the 1970s, we're now a net exporter when it comes to some of these energy and resources. So any sort of sense on how this could play out with U.S. production, maybe even potentially being able to step in and fill the void if we see prices higher for longer? Well, for many years we were this
All right, what a hell of a rip here.
boom, but a lot of that is now shifted
High
over
to
Saudi
plus
Arabia,
800.
and they're really the ones that can fill the gap these days, because when it comes to U.S. production, even if prices do get higher enough to incentivize companies to start pumping again, shareholders don't want it. And so that really ties the hands, particularly of the major publicly traded companies. There is, of course, the question of the private names and whether or not they'll bring back production. But I think that we've seen in the last year that Saudi Arabia's influence in this global market has grown, and so perhaps the U.S. can't boost production in a way that maybe once it could. Okay, Kevin, I have to ask: is $100 oil back in play here? Strategists earlier today noted that we saw $100 oil in August of 2008 when Russia attacked Georgia. We saw in February 2013 when Russia attacked Crimea, $100 oil. And it was $100 for the third time in February of 2022 when Russia attacked Ukraine. Is there a pattern here, or is there a reason to not believe that we don't get triple digits?
We're looking at a fourth quarter where demand could be ahead of supply by 1.1 million barrels per day. That would, again, take us, all things being equal, upwards rather than downwards, with geopolitical risk on top of it. Of course, $100 is a different number depending on which $100 and which dollar you're using, inflation being a factor, but it's psychologically very important.
All right, Kevin Book and Stevens, thank you for taking off the hour with us.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, as the conflict enters its third day, President Biden vows unwavering support to Israel, sending an aircraft carrier and military aid into the area. Our next guest knows the Middle East region very well. He lived in Israel, served in the Israeli Defense Forces, and Ariel Cohen is now a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Mr. Cohen, welcome. Good to have you with us. We just heard from Josh Letterman in London of NBC News that Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades have claimed that for every house that Israel hits in the Gaza area, a hostage will be killed. How does the fact that Hamas now has hostages, including apparently American hostages, how does that change the calculus on what Israel can do? And
I can't stand fucking CNBC with their goddamn politics. Sorry. It just really bugs the hell out of me. They just cannot talk about anything. They can't talk about the markets. Shut up. They're aggravating. Come on. What if? What do you think? maybe, could, would, should. Talk about price action. How about that? Sorry, I kind of got off the subject there. It really ticks me off, though. My apologies. Occasionally, I'm human.
of where we were when the market topped out in November, December of 2021. So it's been a really impressive comeback off its lows, as you talked about that double bottom. This stock got down to 200, looks like, let's call it 213, 214 bucks a share. Yeah, it has come a long ways in a hurry given its size and scale. So really impressive comeback. I looked at a strategy. Granted, the stock was a little bit lower this morning, Ben. So some of these pricing may be off. It's just the last half hour, the market is starting to stir a little bit of positive movement. But going out to October, we have an earnings event that is slated for the following week after that. We're in sort of that no man's land. I would almost call it where you're forced to either consider trading into earnings with a little bit of time to it, or avoiding it altogether and doing a very short-term trade. Because we could go out still another week beyond this week, I did elect to stay ahead of the earnings event for this particular trade strategy and just go out to the October 20th expiration, knowing that it's likely we'll come back to the same around that earnings time. Look at selling the put vertical 317.5, 315. And granted, again, the stock has rallied a little bit, so these strike prices may be off slightly from what is in real time, but the idea remains intact. And the idea means
All right, so I would be remiss if I didn't say, take a little profits off the table. If you're day trading, you're up 10, 20, 50%, 100% or more. We should follow through, I would think. This is pretty strong price action. And what I'm seeing is very inspiring, especially on the equal weight index. Okay, number of stocks trading above their 50-day is now 24%. Wow, this is pretty impressive. Impressive price action today. $23.4. At this rate, we should see about 24% of stocks above their 50-day. We started off the day with 17.5% above the 50-day. All right. All right, we got a nice signal here. CCI triggering above minus 100. Number of stocks above the 200-day turning up. Number of stocks above the 50-day turning up markedly, telling you institutions are buying. So let's go check up volume. Up volume is 2-1 on the NYSE, 1-1 on the NASDAQ. So looking for tick cumulative to give us some signals on the 4-hour and the 1-hour. They are both giving us signals. Institutions buying more than they're selling. Net. All right, we're at the high today. Beautiful move through 4,300, 4,325, 4,350 is next. Microsoft having a trend day, intraday. Apple doing well. Apple having a good day. By the way, check out XLU. XLU, nice bottom forming. Volume coming in, institutions buying. Looks like we could get back to 60, maybe 62. Over here, this support level that lost. Maybe we get back to 62.
next year is your name. If you're looking for something which is going to make money as Florida continues to develop, next year is your name. Of course, down 40%. They should increase dividends 10% annually over the next 5 or 6 years, increase earnings 9% annually. So it's going to bounce back here. So this is a very strategic time to come into play here. And of course, if interest rates do retreat, people will love utilities a little bit more than they do now, which is not much. And I think that will give a tailwind behind next year.
So you just have to have some patience because, as you said, I mean, this group has been an underperforming group, but with some good payouts for dividends and growth, really could fly at some point, or at least do well and pay while you wait too. How about a name like Realty Income Group?
You know, they call it the monthly dividend company. If you're looking for high income that's also growing, of course, now you have bonds that are paying big income, but Realty Income pays 6.3% because it's been treated this year with the group. It's one of the dividend aristocrats. What does that mean, Nicole? It has increased that dividend every year for at least 25 years. So you get 6.3% plus it's going up. That's better than a bond I've ever heard of, which has fixed income payout. So where are they developing their cash flow? They rent to retail companies. It's triple net leases, which means the retail company is responsible for the taxes, the maintenance, and all that good stuff. They have over 13,000 properties across 49 states. No one state is more than 11%. So diversification is the word. They're also focused on the types of tenants which are not going to be wiped out by e-commerce. For example, convenience stores, dollar stores, things like that, where you don't go online to substitute for going into having the in-house retail experience. So it's a slow grower, but you're also getting that check monthly as opposed to most companies that are doing it quarterly.
Right, understood. Michael McFadden has made the point about how long these kinds of things can go out, and that's how we'll watch how much it affects the market. I mean, do you have certain levels on the S&P 500 that you're watching? There's been talk about the Santa Claus rally, and then we'll figure out really what the Fed is doing or not doing.
So we don't like to have short-term targets, but we are optimistic about this quarter because, as you point out, you often have the Santa rally. Historically, Q4 has been the best performing quarter, and November and December are the best performing months. Remember, policymakers want to be nice to the economy because there's an awful lot of players out there, particularly the retailers, that make most of their money in November and December.
All right, looking for a follow through. All right, so XLU looks pretty good. The aerospace and defense stocks, pretty bullish today. Lockheed Martin, big move. Northrop Grumman. All right, looks like we're going to continue.
With Schwab Order Execution Advantage, you get price improvement on 96% of orders and commission-free online.
All right, Apache's trying to move through 40. Apache, APA, I call it Apache. That's what they used to call it. Trying to get through this 40 level. Need to get back above 50. Palantir, mentioned by EZ. this morning, and a number of other people breaking out. Volume looks pretty good. We've got 84 million shares trading hands today. All right, trying to break out.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Lane. Schwab Network's like no other financial media you launch because all markets, all the time, it's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. Everything we say, everything we do is
Microsoft just up the high. SPY looking really good. S&P continues to thrust higher. At this rate, we'll be at 4,400 tomorrow, if not overnight. Tick cumulative 60-minute is nice and green, telling us that institutions have been buying all morning. Institutions buying more than they're selling. Let's go see one more time. Let's go to the NYSE. All right, here's the NYSE. NYHL, new highs, new lows. Okay, get 265 more stocks moving higher. Net, 86% improvement. We want to get above the zero line. Advanced decline turning. Looks good. Looks good. Arca Institutional Index. This is the second green candle. This is the 75 stocks most commonly held in institutions' core portfolios. We want to see this making a higher high. We are falling behind. Canada has these ETFs. Europe has them. Australia has them. Great Britain has them. We are quickly falling behind and losing our leadership in this new asset class. And this is costing American jobs. It's reducing investor choice.
and it isn't really doing anybody any good. And the worst part is this. When an investor goes to their advisor and says, can you help me with Bitcoin? The advisor is forced to say, no, there's no ETF. I can't help you. And that causes the investor to go search the internet on their own. They likely get caught up in fraud, the very frauds you've mentioned, with FTX and others. The FBI says over the past 2 years, 46,000 Americans have lost $1 billion to these frauds. If this ETF existed, then advisors would be able to engage, advisory firms would be able to serve our clients, protecting them against these frauds and abuses.
See, the difference too is if you have concerns, you call up your broker at whatever bank and say, hey, Joe, I'm concerned about this, and Joe can move things around for you as he sees fit. When you're doing these things sort of haphazardly, there's no one to call.
That's right.
There's nobody to call.
Wouldn't it make sense that we know and trust Schwab so much? Wouldn't it be great if Schwab could assist us in this way? And Schwab does make some crypto products available, but let's face it, ETFs are the most popular, most well-known, they're the lowest cost, highest liquidity, best transparency. Why Gary Gensler says no is amazing. You know what's really weird? He has said yes to ketchup, but no to tomatoes. You can trade a Bitcoin futures ETF.
Right, like that. Right, for example.
But not,
that's what I was
but not a spot Bitcoin.
Right.
There's no logic to any of this.
So tell me about what's going on in Ethereum, because traders do want people, investors, traders, they want investment options. To your point, you feel like they're being gypped. They're not getting as many options. We did recently have at least a little bit of good news when it came to Ethereum. Tell me about that.
9 Ethereum futures ETFs launched last week. The reception has been lukewarm because investors realize, I don't trade futures for my stocks. Why would I trade futures for my crypto? So there's not all that much investor interest in these products. What investors continuously tell us is that they want a spot Ethereum, a spot Bitcoin ETF, and everybody's in agreement, apparently, except for Gary Gensler.
What about the idea, because it was heavily traded, even Bitcoin futures, and then sort of dozed off. It's been really a sleeper. It's gone nowhere fast. At one point it approached 30,000 and there was some excitement. But again, we're at 27,000. It really is a sleepy trade. Are people getting tired of it? Is it something that they're forgetting about? Maybe they just don't see the value in it.
Well, I think people have been a little bit distracted by AI because ChatGPT became all a big deal, and that got a lot of enthusiasm, even though there are no direct ways to invest in that either. And people were very excited about the grayscale ruling when BlackRock launched its application.
All right, we're seeing some profit taking. Going into 234 on the East Coast.
Until 2026.
So, last but not least, when you look at these opportunities, do you think everybody should have some sort of digital? You do this through Coinbase. You can have exposure through PayPal.
There are so many ways, including Grayscale, Bitwise. Many of these products are available through Schwab. It's very easy to add to your portfolio. It makes a lot of sense. These assets.
What are some of the top ones that people do other than Bitcoin itself?
I would say GBTC, the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, and BITW, the Bitcoin Top 10 Crypto Index Fund.
All right, more profit taking. We want to stay above 4,300, preferably above 4,325, 4,330.
Today before that happens.
And you've been having a Bitcoin in 2024, in April of 2024. Sometimes that's a catalyst.
And right? Historically, that has always been an extremely bullish event for crypto.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, though less so as it gets that much time range.
It's still dramatic.
Okay, good. So that's
keep in mind that Bitcoin is still the best performing asset of the year.
Rick Adelman, good to see you. Thank you for coming. Everybody loves to talk about crypto because they have high hopes for what it could bring in the future, right? All right, we'll have you back and we'll talk more about it. Rick Adelman, thank you for being here. Digital
All right, looking for a higher low.
You could think getting commission-free trades is as good as it gets, but you know better. At Schwab, free means more. You get commission-free online trades and quality trade executions on our powerful platform. Plus the satisfaction guarantee. Expect more from your firm. Trade up to Schwab, the better place for traders.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Lynn.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device, and available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Looking for a higher low, a higher high. Looks like a little profit taking here for now. All right, higher low is printing, looking for a higher high. Pretty solid price action. Pretty solid price action off of the low at 11 o'clock and the higher low at 1 o'clock. We broke out at 1:30 and we continue to thrust higher. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 2:40 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast. Monday the 9th, only the second week, starting the second week of October trading. Tends to be a seasonally strong time of year. So we're looking for a follow through. Many of you picking up on the idea that, as much as I hate to say it, turmoil elsewhere brings money to the U.S. for safety. And I'll just leave it at that. You know what the rest of it is. So anyway, I'm glad everyone seems to be on the same page. Looking for a follow through. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day is also improving and confirming what we're looking for. We're looking for a follow through. Okay. Okay, I just happen to be looking at a particular chart setup. This is called the bottom fisher Pring is a writer over at Stock Charts. He created this particular indicator. It sets at the end of the day. So we're looking for these ventures into the green zone and a turn higher for a long signal. You can see previous lows that turned and moved higher. The green arrow showing those points. Price moving higher. We're just about ready to get another turn here. I'll probably have about 25% of stocks above the 50-day at that point. So that's something that we're watching. Along with the number of stocks above the 50-day. Look how nice this looks. If you remove the weight of the S&P 500, the top 15 stocks by weight, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, etc., Meta. Look at that. We're really cruising now. 23.5%. CCI triggered. And the number of stocks above the 200-day have moved back up to 42% after getting down to 36%. That's a nice 6% increase as well. Okay, so nice reversal at support, March. All right, SPYs looks like it wants to keep going. S&P looks like it wants to break out here. We had some profit taking.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, so everything is pretty much everything's starting to line up. We had about 6 bullish indicators coming into the week. Dipped this morning, starting to push higher. A lot more indicators are going bullish. Okay, we got junk bonds to go green this morning. Okay, here are junk bonds. Big bullish candle on junk bonds. Traders who and investors who would invest or get involved with junk bonds, especially on a bounce like this, they wouldn't be involved if they thought the market's going to roll over. This is just one indication out of many, but this is one that I watch for a lot. Looking for IWM to turn. It did today. IBB, if it turns tomorrow and gives us a higher high, that would be great. Crude oil, we'd like to see turning back down. Bitcoin, we'd like to see a higher high. Advanced decline has crossed over the 10-period moving average, so that's changing direction. And the 10-year is hanging out near 4.8%. So far, so good. Tomorrow's probably going to be another good day. Good day as in bullish. Looking for a higher high. That would be indicative of institutions continuing to buy. Tick cumulative is rising and green. NIMO is positive. NIMO just went positive. All right, TTM, we got a second reversal bar, yellow, telling us that the trend is changing, confirming that the trend is changing. Doesn't mean we're going to go straight up from here. It just means that we need to keep an eye on it. Nice follow through. All right, we need a higher high. That'd be nice. A little more profit taking.
High tilt alert plus 800.
All right, new high of the day. Nice follow through. All right, stocks are up and to the right. VIX is on the bottom. All right, so pretty decent day. Yeah, I'm be very happy if IWM bases here and starts to move a bit higher. Definitely productive. All right, we're at the highs. I don't expect the price action is going to stick up here. I mean, if it does, that's great, but I'm anticipating we're going to get some profit taking as well. I just prefer it if we could stay, more than likely we'll stay above 4,300, 4,325. That'd be nice. Come on, let's stick up here. Let's stick up here. Tesla, nice little turn back up to fill a gap. Tesla back to 260 and change. That was a nice little return trip. Last couple of days, we've just been in this little tight range. Tesla. Okay, all right, so if we go to the 60-minute Tesla, you can see what we've been chopping around here. Higher low, need a higher high now. We need a break above 262. We could get that and should get it over the next few trading days. The way S&P Eagle Weight Index is and the A50R are telling us what's going on underneath the surface. If you're not paying attention to A50R, A50R, you can see this is a little bit more interesting way of looking at it. Okay, let me get rid of this horizontal line. Actually, you know what? Let me put that at the low. 680. All right, so we got to 6.8% of stocks were above their 50-day. So 93.4 below. No, I don't want that. Excuse me. 6.8. All right, so you can see where we've come from. Nearly 90% of stocks were above the 50-day, getting down to 6.8 and reversing. We tagged 25% today at the high. So this is indicating that institutions are buying. Pretty clear. MACD stochastics turning. Momentum is shifting. Awesome. So if you're not paying attention to some of the underlying momentum indicators, you're missing a good part of your edge, if you will. Oh, you don't see what I'm looking at here. All right, so here is this is just taking a chart on stock charts, SPX A50R, dollar sign in front. Okay, you can see the low that we put in. Okay, that was what, Wednesday, Thursday? No, that was Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Godfather Part 2. Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday. Leave the gun. Take the cannoli. All right, nice reversal last week. Early. Institutions started buying. Became obvious. Had a big bullish day on Friday. I'm glad we didn't give that up. That would have been too much. All right, let me just say this here at S&P. Expect some profit taking. Okay, I love it if we close at the high of the day, but it doesn't always happen. But look at the S&P today. All right, so what do you think would be a nice way to start Tuesday. A third white soldier. All right, so a third white soldier would be beautiful. That would be awesome. And I think there's a pretty high likelihood, pretty decent likelihood that we will see that. Just given price action, number of stocks trading above the 50-day, the reversal. Okay, so that's looking good. Follow the money. Follow the money, as GTO used to say when he was really heavy into trading. Ron Roll, aka GTO, aka the GOAT. Okay. I hope everyone's having a good day. It is a little bit after 3 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm your host. I'm here until 4 o'clock. And again, tomorrow, bright and early. Welcome to the new members that have joined us over the last couple of weeks or just starting off this weekend. Yep. Looking good there, Grover. It's so funny. I would never pick up on that, So talk to the Japanese. Yeah. Okay, so earlier I mentioned that I'm looking for reason to add to my TRBCX. All right, so we got the dip. Okay, we got a nice turn. Okay, 145.28 was the high back in the second week of July. What I'm looking for now is for the 10 EMA to hold and for 145 to get taken out. Now I could add here, and if it drops below, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll add some in the day. But use a stop underneath 134 for the new ad. I'm going to hold on to the shares that I have. I have a full position. I started half a position in December as it made this higher low back in March, added to it. So I had a full position. Full position is 100 shares, 200 shares usually. So right now I'm at 100 shares. I'd like to double that up to 200 shares. This is a 401k. That goes across several accounts, and my kids will get it as well. So 100 shares in each of their accounts, 100 shares in my wife's account, 100 shares in the trading account, 100 shares in the business account. Did I say the trading account? Yeah, so should be 5 accounts. So that'll be 500 shares across all of those. So yeah, I really love T. Rowe Price. I mean, they're a really well-run ship, and management is good. This blue chip growth fund, I've been in this one off and on from like 2003, I want to say 2004. Got out, obviously, maybe not obviously, but I got out back in 2007, 2008. Got stopped out in 2020. Also, and I'm doing 2 things at once. Let me just concentrate here. Let's see. We started off the trading room and blog around March of 2016. March of 2016 is right when we were looking at buying NVIDIA before it was split adjusted. NVIDIA was trading $33.55 on the watch list, 2016. Broke out, split adjusted. It was at about $8, $9 now, and gone a long ways. Look at the volume. That's a beauty. So yeah, TRBCX is a go-to for me. Okay, look at the monthly. All right, so the idea of getting back to 177 really appeals to me. The kids' college funds will do well. All right, so pretty smooth cruising here. Pretty smooth cruising. Looking good. Yeah, me too. Oh boy. All right, so we're just consolidating at the highs. Looks like a little head and shoulders top starting to form on SPY on a short time frames. Just check out these short time frames on SPY. Okay, the 2 minute, the 5 minute. You can see what looks like a little left shoulder head, maybe a neckline. Definitely starting to top out though, with 45 minutes left to go. 45 minutes left. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Bill Burr. All right, so we're starting to top out. Okay, we're off the highs of the day. Hopefully we can stay above these levels. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Wow, you know him as good as I do. Oh boy. Okay, so we're at the highs of the day. I'm just laughing at some things Rick is saying. Lee Star. He's gonna be back in the room in a couple of weeks. I think he said he's still working on his house. Anywho, keeping him up to date. What's going on? Hope everybody's having a good day. We only got about 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go. Not much to do now. If you got profits, maybe you want to take some off. If you're swinging, we should see a follow through. I was just thinking, some of you are new to trading and investing, and I think if you stay here at the room for a while, for a few months, you pick up on a lot of the money flow ideas that we share with you. There's a lot of good traders in the room too. It's not just about me yapping away on a daily basis, although I do like to share my experiences with you. I've been doing this for 38 years, so I learned a thing or two, lost a few bucks here and there, and learned how to manage money better, take stops quick. But some of the things you'll learn that you cannot trade or invest without is understanding money flow. Okay, and some of the things that are pretty basic, like where's price relative to the 10 EMA? Is the 10 EMA up and to the right? Is it sideways? Is it down and to the right? Where is the money coming from? Why is the money coming in from that direction? Look at keep track of the indices. This morning we had a red candle on the New York Fang Index. Okay, now you know anything about the New York Fang Index? It's these 10 stocks. Okay, New York Fang Index, and they're pretty much 10% weight. Okay, Amazon's 9%, Meta's 10.5. I don't know why they chose that, but it's their index, so they can do what they want. But watching this last week, it never got down to that lower trend line. This trend line or channel was taken from a parallel line. The first 2 points up high, just copied that down and took that third pivot right there on the bottom, 77, 71, 77. Extended it out. We never made it to the lower trend line. So to me, that told me that there was some relative strength. The average person may not have even picked up on that. The fact that we didn't come all the way back down to this trend line and overshoot it like we did over here in April and August, we never made it down there. So that's one indication that we should be watching. Now, last week we told you keep an eye on price action because we're not making new lows, and the S&P was making new lows, right? So this will make sense in a second. Trust me. All right, so we made lower lows. We did come down to what would be a trend line here on the S&P. Okay, we did come down to that, but on the New York FANG index, we did not. In fact, when the S&P was moving lower, these 10 stocks. Now a lot of people say, "Yeah, you had 10 stocks holding out the markets." Yeah, fair point. I don't care because I want to trade these 10 stocks. And when the New York FANG index, is moving, I want to pay attention to these stocks. I want to say, okay, if any of these trigger, and if you recall, many of them did trigger long signals last week, this week already. We had Meta, Netflix, I believe. Apple doing well. Apple's at the high, right? Apple's at 170, almost 179 there. It hit 179 a couple of times. So I'm watching where the money's flowing. All right. So in this regard, I'm thinking, okay, we made a higher low. We didn't touch the trend line. So I saw money coming into this. So we were trading some of those last week. Now I'm looking for this to break out. If this does break out, we're only 8% off the high now, it looks like. And the number of stocks trading above their 50-day continues to improve tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. Okay, so we're at 7%. We were at 10% to start the day. 10% down. Okay, so we're about 7 3/10%. RSI is back above and green. All right, so that's something we want to pay attention to. Okay, so strength of trend. The strength of trend is improving. Okay, so money's flowing into these. Will it continue? I have no way of knowing, but I suspect it will. The reason why I suspect it will is because the number of stocks trading above the 50-day hit an all-time or a fresh low, similar to what actually was lower than what we saw in March. So going from this to, all right, where's money flowing? Money's flowing into these S&P 500 stocks, okay? And this bounce was lower than the March low, and it was very near the low of October and June, okay? We got very near to this point. Go over here, we had about 3% of stocks above the 50-day, about 5% in October. Then we had that huge reversal. What do you think is going to happen now? Well, I have no way of knowing if this is going to rally like it did in October. That's the way we started the year. We're in the buy zone. So where's money flowing? Money's flowing into the S&P 500. It's obvious. The only way this could rise is if that's the case. Okay, so we talked about the S&P. All right, so New York FANG, S&P Equal Weight Index, and here's here's the S&P. 2 white soldiers tomorrow, a third white soldier, most likely. A test of the 50-day seems like it's in the cards, descending channel. It would be bullish if we broke out. It's the time of year where you would expect that breakout, October through November 15th. That's where to expect it. Okay, let me go to my... All right, so I think you're following along with the idea here is that money is flowing and we need to pay attention to where it's going. Okay, so the descending channel on the S&P, similar to the one on the New York FANG, where we did not touch, it was only 10 stocks, but we did not touch that lower trend line. So in this case, we did. That's okay. All right, so I'm just going to take the body of these candles, okay? All right, so bodies. All right, so, okay. Gonna get above 50%. Okay. Why does this always do this on stock charts? Okay. Kind of resets my charts from time to time. 25. Okay, so there, that's, no, it was 30, right? 30. Okay, that's better. Okay, so now we're back to 30. Save that. All right, so most I'm expecting is a test of the 50-day this week. If we get to the 50-day, I'd be very happy with that. 4,400 right in this area too. That's a major level. Why is it a major level? Well, if you follow Gamma, every morning we post an update to Gamma. There's 4,400 right there. Okay, so getting above 4,300 was the first obstacle we needed to see to start the week. We tried to stay above it on Friday, but we dropped just below it. So we want to see these numbers. Let me just take a shot of this real quick. We want to see these numbers grow. Okay, I want to see these numbers grow tomorrow. I'm going to check this number out tomorrow. Okay, check that number out tomorrow. 4,400. We got $126 million worth of put gamma, $179 million worth of call gamma. Want to see these numbers increase, both puts and calls. Okay, so that'll be resistance this week, 4,400. If we got above that, then 4,450 would be the next, and then 4,500. These need to start building higher, and we need to see calls building at higher strikes further out in time, all showing money flow moving in the direction that we're looking for. Okay, so one other thing. All right, so we talked about New York FANG index. We talked about the number of stocks above the 50-day. We saw how that translated into the S&P and where we might be heading. And now we want to see risky assets like junk bonds bullish. Was looking for a move above the 200-day. I didn't expect it to be as strong and emphatic as it is today. But this emphasis to the reversal on junk bonds is telling you people who trade this particular asset they're usually risk averse. So if they think the market's going to drop off, they would be selling this like crazy. Volumes picked up over the last 4 trading days. It's not as much as it was yesterday, Friday, today. We also want to see IWM. That's another risky asset. If this risky asset class can rise, along with junk bonds, which I was just talking about, junk bonds. Okay, we can see that rallying. Okay, junk bonds look good. IWM looks good. Okay, now if we could just get IBB, that would be great. IBB is making in the right direction. Higher lows, looking for a higher high. So if IBB starts to pick up some strength, that's another risky asset that you would expect people to be risk averse or risk off if they thought the market's going to roll over. They'd be buying if they think that they've got a good entry here. Bitcoin, another one. Okay. So if money's flowing into Bitcoin, you're going to see wicks on the bottom of candles. You're going to see higher highs. Pretty straightforward. Okay. What else can I tell you? All right. So the 10-year yield, we want to see that losing a little steam. It's pretty extreme. All right. Is the bond market closed today? I think I asked that question before. This did not move, or it didn't print any moves. Let me see. Yeah, it's been sitting here. So bond market must be closed today. You might have answered. I asked the question earlier. VIX moving low. The dollar's at 106. So the U.S. dollar, we also want to see this fade like it did last week. From Tuesday, we reverse Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 3 black crows, the opposite of a 3 white soldier reversal pattern. 3 black crows, that's telling you intense selling. So they're taking profits on the dollar at the highs, looking for this to back off, maybe head to the 50-day or the 200-day, which will be another reason. Where's the money flowing? It's flowing out of the dollar. Where's it going to go? Maybe it goes into currencies. Earlier, Grant mentioned, money flowing into the U.S. because of the safety. That's absolutely correct. In times of trouble, Mother America comes to me, whispering words of wisdom. Let it be. No, when money flows, when times get risky, money flows into the U.S. It's a pretty well-known fact. So we're looking for that kind of activity. U.S. dollar backing off. That's a safe haven as well. Let's see what gold looks like. Gold had been dropping off. Okay, we got a big bounce in gold. Okay, so dollar lower, gold higher. It takes fewer dollars to buy the same amount of gold, or vice versa. Okay, silver. Okay, money flowing into silver and gold maybe out of the 10-year and the US dollar. We'll see. So that's currencies, commodities, CRB index, Deutsche Bank Commodities Index, ETF. A little bounce there. Dollar lower, Deutsche Bank Commodities higher. We want to see this turn down and move lower. Capitulation. Are people selling? Are they selling more? Or are they buying? So they capitulated. When we get down to the green zone, we're looking for this to reverse and turn back up. Okay, and when it gets back to the red zone, that's where we'll be taking profits. Maybe that occurs somewhere in November, December. Okay, look for a little more private taking into the end of the day. We've got 26 minutes left to go. 26 minutes left to go. Okay, that little diatribe there was meant for people who may be new to trading. You'll hear me repeat that from time to time. Google backing off from the high. Apple at the high. Netflix up $4.73. Netflix had a pretty good day, right? Okay, Netflix at the 200-day. Netflix looks really good. No bond market. Thank you, Frano. Okay, Netflix, 200-day, day 2, bounce. Should look good tomorrow. All right, we bounced at the 200-day. 2 white soldiers. Slow-mo trade. Let's take a look at Rick's slow-mo trade. We should be looking pretty good. Let's see. Slow-mo. Okay, this is the longer-term version. Okay, the green center line, teal color. You want to see price move through that. Okay, so he's tracked this over the years. Let me go to a zoomed-in version so you can see what we're looking at. We're looking for price to push through the teal. A lot of times it'll pull back and then follow through. So starting to look good. Looking at 3 months out, 40 delta, I believe. Is that right, Rick? 3 months out of 40 delta. Long, looking for a follow through. Okay, profit taking. Don't be too concerned if the markets give back a little bit. We should see a follow through. Don't expect that prices are going to stay at the high of the day. Every single day, sometimes people take profits. And it's early into a turn. It's only second day reversal so far. Okay, second day of this reversal. We consolidated last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We popped. We were paying attention to these wicks at the bottom of these candles, all around the 200-day, thinking that we didn't have to come down and test it. It'd be nice if we did. And then we tested. Then we checked the 200 EMA, which price was below the 200 EMA. So that kind of like gave us a sort of signal to look for. That cyan colored bar, that's the 200 EMA. So price dropped below it, reversed, and now we're moving higher. There's a lot more to money flow. That's the basics of what I look at the last 15, 20 minutes. If you missed any of that, just check the video out. You got the link. Just review the video right around 3 o'clock and start yapping away about what we're looking for. And we talked about it in the weekend video too. So, although that was a much shorter version. Okay, the other thing, one more thing. We want to see these sectors pick up a little accelerated buying. Okay, sectors. All right, we want to go here. Okay. All right, most sectors are green. Only 3 are red. 1, 2, 3 are unchanged. Out of 12 sectors, energy looking the best. Above the 10 EMA weekly. All right, so we got the majority sectors starting to show buyers. Okay, we got a reversal, 3-candle reversal on the weekly on industrials, Caterpillar, etc. Real estate, double bottom, looking for a pop on that over the next few days, next few weeks. Metals and mining, gold, silver, I just showed you that. Those are all higher. Communications, that's been very strong. You had Comcast, you had Meta, Netflix, Roku, all of those communications related names, Google, following through on the bounce. So it's above the 10 EMA. So if this breaks above 69, this would be a nice looking follow through. Okay. Utilities. We have some calls on utilities. Looking for that bounce on the daily. Looks pretty good. Basing down here. Looking for a follow through. Same thing now on IWM. Got this base down here. Looking for this to move back up towards the 200 day. 200 day is relatively flat. That dotted gold colored line. 21 days overhead, and then the 200 day. So IWM looking good. All right, we got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. Okay, just remembered I have to go run an errand for my partner right after work. Got to go sign and seal some drawings, get them back to New Jersey. Okay, I'm glad I remembered that because I got to leave here right after 4 o'clock. So I'm going to have a hard stop right around 4. A little bit more profit taking. Cumulative telling us to look for follow through tomorrow. Dollar near the lows. Crude oil near 86, but off the highs of last week. VIX moving back up to 17, close to 18 now. Or a little bit more profit taking. Okay, we're going to see a little profit taking. Not going to hold at the high of the day, looks like. Nice follow through, though. All right, let's take a look at the watch list for the week and see how we did. How the watch list did for this week. Okay, NVIDIA was off 0.75%. Intel was off 0.5%. Tesla flat. Qualsys flat. Big winner today was Okta. Cadence Design up at 1.43%. Cadence Design. Eli Lilly. Nice follow through on Eli. Eli's coming. Better hide your heart. Airbnb holding at the 200-day. 5-yard penalty. Looking for Airbnb to get back above the 50-day. They have about 7 or 8 point move to get us above the 50-day. Then we have 141. Real estate looking pretty good. Let's see what Vornado looks like. Vornado, okay, back to the 200-day area and bouncing. Vornado, Boston Properties, bounce. CB Richard Ellis, dipped even more. Simon Properties. All right, so real estate doing okay. XLRE. Okay, looking for the bounce. Okay. The PDD Pendua Duo. Okay, did pop above Friday's high. Okay, a little bit more fade now in the S&P. Not expecting a lot of weakness because of what we're starting to see. And then the number of stocks trading above the 50-day. Evidence that institutions are picking up. Tick cumulative green on 2-to-1 up volume. Google, Rivian, Apple holding up very well. Microsoft holding up very well. These were all down this morning to start the day. They were off $1, $2, $3, $5. All of these are higher. That's a good sign, even though if we did give back a little bit from the high of the day. Would love it if we close at the high of the day every day, but that's unrealistic, obviously. Doing okay. DraftKings trying to go green into the day. DraftKings. All right, let's finish up the day by checking the heat map and see how it's doing. Okay, much better look to it. This morning, this was crimson red everywhere. Look at energy, dark green, almost black. The energy stocks up more than 3%. You got the industrials, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. These are all up more than 3%. 11% on Northrop Grumman. General Dynamics, 8%. 8%. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, 4%. Textron, 2.7%. L3 Harris, 9.7%. The real estate stocks, like we just mentioned, looking good. Utilities, all reversing. We talked about the utility sector. Technology, this looks so much better than this morning. And communication, a lot of names in this group. T-Mobile, one. That looks good. Okay, so finishing up the day, not a bad look to it. All right, so I have to run out right at 4 o'clock. Let me just get my stuff ready. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Trabosa on the analyst weighing in on our holdings today. Mike, to you first. A lot of green, nice turn, and I guess some relief to a bond market that's closed, but the futures are giving us a little bit of a tell.
Yeah, the repetition, it seems to be beneficial. It's pointing to the safe factor of long-term yields going up. Maybe the Fed has to do less. I think it does free up the market to essentially embrace the fact that we have a decent economy right here. It is more of a normalization type of situation. Punishing more than that context. That being said, we're up in a month now, and the S&P is a little bit of a surprise, but still with plenty to prove. I think everyone's looking at, getting that 4,400, get back to that level where we kind of fell out of bed in the third or fourth week of September before you know that this is a sustainable bounce. But I do think the yields are calm, earnings season coming, you're going to have a little bit less macro stress. And the oil move today, while dramatic, only gets us back to where we were several days ago. So it's absorbable for now. CPI needs to play into the Fed may very well be done. Rates have done a lot of the work for the Fed. Want to upset that. It certainly has to fit into it. A lot of Fed speakers are saying the same thing. It can't contradict it in too loud a way, although I do think that the projections of CPI have been coming in very close to the resulting number. You also had a really slow deficit of the Fed today, so we're not going to get distracted by any one number. And that presumably works in both directions. So you can have some comfort that broadly disinflation is the law of the land. All right, I'm back to you in a bit. Julia Borston, he's back. What does he want this time?
Well, Nelson Sam Fund Management is now one of Disney's largest investors with a stake of 30 million shares worth more than $2.5 billion. That's also cleared support from multiple board seats at Disney, this according to sources familiar with the situation. Now, all of this comes after Disney shares just last week hit their lowest level since 2014. It also comes after back in January, Fran launched a proxy fight against Disney, criticizing Disney acquisition costs and sales executive. That's come to blow about after the advisor unveiled a corporate reorganization and meaningful job cuts. Gordon Haskett Research ranks both the stock is stuck in the vacuum spot and Disney is having a much leaner hand in cards than it was holding last winter. Now, the stock is down since then, but Iger has announced a slew of changes. Disney has no comment, and we are awaiting official announcements from Ty and Pulse about what their plan is.
Yeah, Julia, thanks. I mean, to Julia's point, he sort of stood down the first time and then watched the stock do nothing, even though this plan was enacted. And now, I guess, thinking enough is enough. Time for more action.
Presumably, look, I mean, the cost of getting back involved has gone down as the stock has declined. I don't think anyone has the impression, that Pulse has the impression, there are 3 or 5 obvious things being done to reorient this business that aren't being done by Bob Iger. It's just more a matter of let's have more of a say in it, maybe change the pace of some of the strategic moves that are on the table. But it's just been an incredibly tough area of the market, and this just has been, the biggest driver.
Yeah, Deirdre Wilson on today. We're waiting for the analyst to start weighing in following the IPO. Not 6 weeks ago, I guess. Well, let's see.
Meanwhile, though, I do want to point out that the market has cooled on remember, that first day profit was about 25%. They have clear gains in there. You can set for the average price target now for companies from $10 above where it is today. So a lot would have to happen to fulfill sort of these expectations. But I also think it's interesting to note the SoftBank and the Microsoft in all of this, because remember that they are still 90% shareholders. And Arm is really now the new
All right, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go.
See if we can see a lot of their feet around this place. isn't much of anything except coming off very depressed levels of delinquency. And so it's kind of looks like a return to normal. What is that going to mean on a going forward basis? So I think those are the areas. Really, it is macro, even though it's company specific. Oh, sure. You know, it's kind of their window on the macro. They're probably going to say on the spending side, in terms of account balances, things look healthy, jobs are in a good spot. So I think it is much more about the credit.
And one thing in Bank of America usually gives a pretty good view into the consumer spending psyche. Cheaper areas of the market. It's interesting. You know, talk to Adam Farmer starting the show, and others are even today. Maybe some staples. Got to get Coca-Cola, Pepsi, a lot cheaper than I thought I could just a short while ago. You're up in line. Utility action from folks. Yeah, you're up in line to say, okay, they've actually put some relatively defensive things on sale, and you can lock it in, and you have higher dividend yields on things like Mexico than you've had in years. Fine. I would also though look at the more cyclical parts of the market that have really been cheaper, and you have to decide: do we need the economic outlook implied? We also have Capital One got an upgrade today. That's a good example of this is a cheap stock. Is it cheap for a real reason, or can you look over the valley and say that it's worth buying? That's the area where I think you can also look at healthcare retail as a spot. If you're really trading
All right, that's the closing bell. I have a hard stop. I got to run some errands for my partner. I will see you guys first thing in the morning. Take care. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.